Are you ready to go? Camera? Yeah. When you're ready. Just tell me when you're ready. Yeah. Okay, I'll count you in from 10. Camera, tell us we're ready, Merit. Can I count the guys in? Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and...
Good morning and welcome. I'm Rogan Askin, and with me is Sten Muchner.
Thanks for letting me join you, Rogan.
I think it's the other way around, Sten. Welcome to the 334 stud. It's set in Nottingham Road, and it's absolutely spectacular. It's the brainchild of Goverton Aisling Triggle, and he has set up this really international quality arena.
The show venue is called Waterwoods. Hey, is that correct, Rogan?
Yeah, we're sitting on Waterwoods, and old horse people in the scene would remember this. Even Sten, you're not too young.
Yeah.
This was the Brandenburg stud.
Brandenburg stud, so it's got good equestrian heritage
Totally.
behind the property.
And before that, it was a thoroughbred stud, and it bred a July winner here.
Cheapers.
And if I take 5 more minutes, I'll remember the name of the winner. So it was a thoroughbred stud, then the Brandenburg Warmblood stud, then it became a function venue, and then it was recently acquired by Govert Triggle, and you'll shortly see what a spectacular job he's done.
I think these two main arenas are fantastic footing, a lovely setting. The equipment is incredible. I know Ryan Sanders had a big hand in all the jump equipment. So I think we're in for an exciting week of show jumping, and lovely that we get to join our viewers for 4 straight days of what they've called the Waterwoods Show Jumping Festival, I think.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Show Jumping Festival.
Hope it's lovely for the viewers to have us for 4 days, but
you might have had
ain't
enough
got no
of us
choice
by the end.
Yeah. What is interesting is we've got Bernardo Costa Cabral, the FEI 4-star course designer. He had a problem connecting flights, so he's only getting here this morning, but the design is his, and we have the privilege of having him here. Sten, you know him well?
Very well. He encourages forward competitive riding. He really encourages positive riding from the riders and horses. I think there's always the option of adding or leaving one out, but when you speak to Bernardo, his idea or his thought behind his courses is to stay on the forward rhythm.
Yes.
And I think we've got Kevin Spratley in the B Arena here at this show. So you've got two course designers who really try to encourage, like we said, positive riding. We're going to be kicking off, I think, just now at 8 o'clock with the 140 A2 competition. There's lots of nice options around this track, Rogan.
And straight away you notice that the jumps are very light and airy. There's not a lot of filler, and that's become a more modern trend. And I don't know if you can see it. We can't pick it up on our screens. But in the arena is number 1, and it's Narisa Prince Hill, and she's on GCX Max Pacific NPS.
No one better to show us what all the inside lines and dropping distances are going to be like here around this track.
Yeah, she's so competitive, very experienced. She's campaigned in Europe extensively.
And a lovely trailblazer for the class, because I think the competitors will know exactly what they're going to have to do to get on the podium after watching Narisa.
Yes. So just a minute or two till the bell is sounded. We have 21 starters in this 140 competition. And for the viewers, this is a 9-year-old stallion by Jonsanier Dwersa Hagen out of a Darko mare. And it's almost impossible, not, I'm being facetious, but it's to get a horse out of Belgium without a Darko in the pedigree somewhere. It's quite unusual. He's been an absolutely amazing influence on world show jumping, but on Belgian breeding in particular.
Often Darko, you see the Darko line, like you've just said, on the dam line a lot.
Yes.
And they're always super competitive and successful.
And genuine.
So an easy 6 here, 1 to 2, walks 28 steps, oxer to oxer. Then they have the option of going inside there, Rogan, to this cow jump at number 3. And they roll up on an unrelated distance to the 3-3-4 double on one stride. Oxer jumping out.
This was jumping really well.
Now they have their first real option inside line 8.
And she's there on 7.
7.
Yeah. That's why, as you said earlier, she's always competitive.
But she's just missed a jump. She's missed the red oxer at the top of the track.
Oh, she'll be mad with herself. And the judges haven't picked up on it yet.
Just sipping on their tea this morning. And then 6 strides. Little cantering down the last line. Lovely as you like, except for the fact that number 7 wasn't part of her course. Nariska's realized, the judges haven't yet. The judges still haven't.
I mean, look, it's quicker if you miss it out. You get a better time. And she did it so subtly, the judges didn't notice.
That was very smooth. All the competitors have picked up on it.
Absolutely. Jonathan Clark in on a relatively new horse for Linda Ellerin and Back on Track. Back on Track, Every Cloud, TH. This is a 10-year-old gelding by Kevin out of a Mill Reef mare.
Rogan, I think he's a horse that's taken a bit of getting used to for Jonathan. But he really looked like he's starting to come into his own at Easter Festival. I saw him with good prizes in the 140s.
Very much.
The horse, we were joking with John, we were just saying the horse almost looks better, or definitely looks better over bigger fences.
And we'll go back to the beginning. The importing horses is very strenuous on the horses. There's so much adjustment. There's your steady 6.
Oh, he looks like he's running away.
The horse is hot. He has a lot of blood.
Jonathan,
yeah, looking down for his stirrup. So, of course, that's going to add to his time.
I thought that 6 from 1 to 2 is going to ride a little forward. And I think Jonathan also, that's what he thought. Because 28 steps, jump 1 to 2, oxer to oxer. You would think it would be quite a forward.
And it's away from the gate.
Yeah.
But this horse has so much blood. It got down there really
too
easily.
Quickly, hey?
Yeah. Horse looking very good. There's the level 8 that you talked about.
It's always amazing as well at a new venue. I think the way the horses travel across their distances is also very surface related. And I think when you have a good surface, the horses get across the ground very quickly.
So this is the more or less the third show they've had here. And they've, as normal with the new venue, they had the odd teething problem. And Govett got Peter Morrison down to solidify the going. They've rolled it. They've really compacted it. And I'm sure you'll agree it's looking very good.
Looking great. I mean, I walked that distance 5 to 6 on a slightly inside line 8, and Nariska went down on 7 to start, and Jonathan went on a waiting 8.
She went on the 7, then missed out the red oxer afterwards.
But the 7 was very easy.
Yeah,
so the horses are traveling on this surface, which I think is always a good sign.
So ladies come all the way from Cape Town, and that's an extremely long haul from Cape Town to get to Natal, and they usually go to Sten via Bloemfontein. So it's really a two-day trip.
If I'm not mistaken, Daniela did last year as well, where she sort of came up to Joburg, based herself in Joburg. I think I could be mistaken, but I think she comes up and stays with Roxanne Massero.
Okay.
And then travels from Joburg. Obviously, there's less restrictions traveling out of Joburg than Cape Town. So, yes, she's made the long trip, but she makes a season of it mid-year.
It's amazing. For the Cape Town riders have to do this. It's Daniela Smith. She's on first L, and it's a 15-year-old gelding by Berlin out of a Sam R mare.
A horse that made his debut at 150 level last year. And with great success as well. He's a big guy. I think he takes quite a lot of keeping together for Danielle.
Her forte is eventing. Now she's... Okay, let's see what she's doing. She's reorganizing. Once that has happened, the riders are then really training for tomorrow and trying to settle horses for the next day's jumping, presumably.
He looks like he's really enjoying the cooler weather down here.
The horses are all going to be on their toes.
you can see how hard she has to work to keep the horse together in that 5 strides. He's got
Yeah,
massive step, massive jump.
She's a slim girl, and he is a lot of horse. You're right. A genuine guy.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, a nice way to finish her track. You could see even when he was nice and relaxed, still pulling Daniela like slightly to the base, making the jumps a little bigger for himself. But that's just a bit of keenness. I'm sure by come Championship Day Sunday, she'll have him right as rain.
And what's interesting is watching how the riders work the arena out. Now, here's one of the prolific winners, Tanya Strauss, her wonderful little Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor, a 10-year-old by Callagho Concoriano out of Orlando Esmer. And so I'm sure you'll agree, the class is not decided until this pair have jumped.
He's an absolute rock star, Rogan. We've seen him win many a prize with Ronnie Healy, and now back with Tanya. She's done a great job with this horse. I think he can be a little quirky, gets a little hot and keen, but all only because he loves to jump and he loves to leave them up. That's a very uncharacteristic rail down there, jumping into the double. Tanya's a super competitor. I think she knows about schooling rounds or riding, you know, for a lower ticket in a class. She rides to win classes.
And does win them.
I think now training out of the Winstead stables with Graeme Win.
Okay. Unusual to see a chestnut Concoriano. They're traditionally plain bays.
So do you think if this is a chestnut by Concoriano, the next chestnut that we find that's by Concoriano, you buy unseen?
Absolutely.
Untried.
Yeah,
if this is what he produces when they chestnut.
Absolutely.
And see Connor maybe getting a little strong here towards the end of the track.
I think he's
Tanya
hot.
doing a
He's
good
full
job.
of blood. Yeah, very nice round.
So finishes just the 4 faults, time of 76.1.
And that would
puts her into the lead with 4 horses having gone.
Interesting. It's early in the morning and everybody's working everything out and getting going. That would be exactly what Costa Cabral does. Just lead you down a distance and you stroke off a vertical. Now let's watch a real pro. Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Sir Crumble, a 10-year-old stallion. He's by Crumble, who's by Cazal.
He's a little rubber ball.
He really is.
And a jumping enthusiast as well.
Watch this distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She made jumped that very carefully. Super result.
I think that's on day one. That's really how you want to ride that distance, Rogan. Let them jump the vertical at 3, roll along for 7 or 8 strides, and then just set the horse up those last 2 strides. Yeah,
absolutely.
Ashley's been training really hard over the last week from Zimbabwe.
I was going to be all complimentary and say, when doesn't she train hard? But
jokes aside, I think with a husband like Ronnie Healy, and when you've got 2 young kids, definitely no problem with spending some time with the kids on their holiday. And you've got a work jockey like Ronnie to just keep the horses ticking over.
And work is the word. Both Ashley and Ronnie work like demon.
Easy as you like, equitation, and it's our first clear round, Rogues.
Absolutely, into the lead. So there's your pace setter, 78.67. 1 for time.
Oh, sorry,
so
1 for time.
Yeah, but this puts her in the lead, and that's kind of where we're at the moment, with the riders feeling their way. You got this.
Thanks. Olivia Roberts goes next. She brings in Tup FZ. Lovely 16-year-old gelding by Corland out of a Carpaccio mare.
Still lots of imports in the class, and I'm pretty sure that's something Govert is intending to change with his breeding operation here.
I I think the very nature of what you've just mentioned earlier with Jonathan's horse, how strenuous the process can be for the horses to travel to South Africa. I think having breeders in the country that can breed world-class quality horses just makes the whole process easier for everyone. We end up having top quality horses at our fingertips. We don't have to go in search of them, really. They land on our lap.
No, absolutely, and there's huge risk bringing them in. So much can go wrong.
Olivia putting together a really good round here. Good down that last line.
So she goes into second place, clear, quicker than Ashley, 74.02. And one down.
So, yeah, that one early rail.
So we haven't seen a very competitive round yet.
Not yet.
The class is up for grabs at the moment.
From one youngster to another, Janine Kier up next. She brings in Rotoflow Q Bellissimo Z.
12-year-old stallion. This is by Brett Breitling out of a Kidam de Revel mare. So smartly bred.
I think a horse originally bred by Ryan Harvey, and then produced for some time by Dominic Alexander. Big jumping, scopy horse.
She went down there in an extra stride and paid the price with the front of number 2 down.
I bumped into Janine's mom the other day. We were having a laugh because I mentioned on the live stream, I think at the last show, he's a difficult horse to figure out. He can canter to a really spooky big oxer and jump it in a very orthodox, calm way. And then he can canter to a vertical that's seemingly not spooky to us and clear it by 7 holes. I'd love to, we were saying we'd love to know what goes through his mind. Sure. Massive jump over that wall oxer.
You hear her sister saying whoa from the in-gate.
I think their trainer, Charlie Crockett, would be on honeymoon by now.
Absolutely.
Having just got married last weekend, so the girls would be here supporting each other. So, Rose,
there we go, 4 penalties.
Just that early rail down at number 2, paying the price for the extra stride.
And she goes into 4th with that round. So it's a time penalty in the lead.
So we've got all the youngsters in a row here, Rogan. Hannah Gerber up next. She brings in CDE Lorlock Picasso, a pair that would not be used to getting a time fault. She does a magnificent job with this horse. Our viewers will be able to see how much room or space Hannah gives her horse in front of the fences.
The Lorlock stud situated near Callaherd, Schweitzer Enica. Bred some very useful warm bloods over the days. They were often linked with Linda Rabi. So you see the sire of this horse, Brannick Prince Fyodor, out of a Vedekant D mare. That goes all the way back to Ernie Davenport's Karoo breeding operation.
It's our second horse of the class to canter down and have that vertical jumping into number 4, the 334 double. I think it can be a little bit distracting for the horses there, the viewing area right next to that double.
And you get a very good idea of how airy the jumps are. There's very little filler. Nothing hectic. The arena looks spacious and empty.
And I think that's sort of in line with where the sport's gone in Europe and America.
Absolutely.
One of the comments during that Tri-Nations event that we had here with the young riders last year, the Irish coach, when asked about the standard of jumping and horses and riders, he basically thought that we were pretty much on par. He just thought that our jumps were maybe a little too full. Like you've said, Rogan, where where they would have 3 rails in a vertical, we've had 5 in the past. But I think course design is definitely moving in that direction towards the emptier jumps, because it's all about testing the horse's care these days.
And they are breeding them so carefully. So Oscar's had a rough run. He had truck issues yesterday. Anyway, let's hope he's in a good mood this morning as he starts with Natural Caliho Consigo. This is a 10-year-old, another Concoriano. In fact, another chestnut Concoriano. I knew you'd point that out, Sten.
But having said that, I mean, we said the chestnut Concorianos would be rock stars. This horse has already jumped some 150s in his career and really starting to find his feet at that level as well.
Jump.
So 2 chestnut Concorianos that have jumped up to the 150 level.
Just to belie the remark about them being normally plain bays.
He's taken that inside line, stayed inside 2 to the red ox. It is a little bit skinny, so it is encouraging that inside turn there. Five strides. See how the horse so intelligently backs up in the middle of that double.
We're nearly halfway through. We haven't seen a blisteringly fast round yet. And this competition is up for grabs in a way.
This is going to be the quickest we've had. And into the lead.
Into the lead he goes, 70.70 and clear. So that's the pace setter as we're halfway through the class.
And that'll put a smile on his face, like you say, after a bit of a tricky day yesterday. Always nice when you get a good round like that in the bag.
It'll cheer
Makes
him
it all worthwhile.
Cheer him up no end. So Narisa, who skipped out that jump, starts now. And she's on GCS Max Oregon van der Bishop. This is an 11-year-old by Hunter Skendro out of an Abab de Rev mare. And he's an absolutely beautiful horse with a lovely jump. Yeah, she's being economical. He's experienced, so if anybody is going to deliver a quick round, it could be this pair. Dominic Alexander also has a Hunter Skendro, and there's a rail going down. So a bit strong at the front rail there, so 4 penalties, leaving Oscar in the lead, 70.70. And once she's had a pole down, she won't be cutting any corners. You see a big piece of sheepskin over his pole. These modern horses are so sensitive, and the riders take every care possible that the horses are as comfortable in their tack as possible. That was good enough for 9th. We go to number 11, Devon Bossman. He's on Cornerstones, Midgard Zakiro. This is a 14-year-old by Consuelo out of a Glucks Cup mare, bred in Namibia. And he is a maestro against the clock. Not a very tall guy, very slim, and smooth as paint. Let's see how competitive he's going to be. Does an inside turn to 3. This horse is careful enough to jump this vertical. Yeah, perfect, Devon, smooth to that. Devon is based with his coach just outside of Pretoria, but basically between Pretoria and Johannesburg. There's a long-standing relationship. Super smooth. And he's done what Narisa did. He's left out jump number 7. What a shame, what a pity. Oh, Devon. And he was on for a win there. He's won so much. It just saves the horse for the rest of the show. So we're at the 3-3-4 stud. But one of the other big studs is Caliho. Here's a Caliho progeny, Caliho for Tasker. This is by For Joy, out of a Kidam's Reuben mare. And that would make that it's got a lot of blood, meaning that the horse is hot. Shaunie has to really hold for the 6. That was a very steady 6 for her, 1-2. Shaunie is partners with Simon Henry, was from Cape Town, now based in Johannesburg, and she touches the second part of the double. Here we come to the red oxer. The 2 riders were now left out. This horse jumping with a lot of freedom and expression. And she adds a stride to the last. Pays the price, has 2 down. So that puts her out of the prize contention. We go to number 13, another rider who makes the long drive, this time all the way from Plet. It's Ivan van der Sede. Ivan has an equestrian operation in Plet. Hard to think of anything more idyllic than that. And he's on PM Carina. This is a 13-year-old mare by Connor, out of a Carnute mare. So Ivan just asking the arena party to roll the pole on the pale green vertical. His mother is the driving force behind the physiotherapy clinic in Plet, quite famous now for producing animal physiotherapists. And what a lucky man Ivan's got, because he's got a whole team available to him to keep his horses in tip-top muscle tone and condition. Touches number 2, but it stays there. You'll notice many of the horses' ages are in their teens. And of course that's connected to the fact that that's when the horses reach their maturity. It takes years to produce a horse to this level. So it's rare that a horse is at this height younger than 8 years old. And then you hope to keep them in their competition prime until they're in their mid-teens. And if you're lucky, slightly older. The rude WhatsApps are coming in about people missing out that jump number 2. They can't be repeated on air, but very amusing nonetheless. And into the lead goes Ivan. Clear in 67.23. That was quick, very organized, and typical of Ivan van der Sede. Smooth and organized. Now, another very, very competitive, successful rider. Number 14 is Kayla Nordier, Capital Hope. And this is a 10-year-old by Capital Hotline out of a Katoki mare. And she touches off number 2. Kayla was a successful child and junior rider, a winner of the South African Equitation medal. Very educated, very all-round, diligent. And they have a riding, she and her mother have a riding setup in Kyalami in Johannesburg. They were also very well known for their involvement in vaulting, taking vaulting teams to the World Championship. Kayla has an equally good riding sister, slightly younger. 4 penalties. That puts her 9th. So the riders all slowing down once they've had a pole. Here's a horse new to viewers. It's number 15, Jonathan Clark, with Back on Track, Kazanzi. And this is a 9-year-old gelding, imported a few years back. They've had a couple of issues with the horse, but it looks like he's coming into his own. Once again, the difficulty of importing horses. He turned over in his pallet in the plane, coming here. And 1 to 2, just perfect. Jonathan is really known for how fast he is. He never hangs around, and if there are inside options, always takes them. Like Kayla, top child and junior rider, equitation winner, and not only a leading rider, but a leading coach. And he makes sure he's looking at jump number 7 that's fouled 2 riders rounds up. And just stroking off that vertical that he angled slightly. So on 4 penalties coming to the last line. And really showing in a very promising form. He was the quickest of the 4 falters. Now you know this horse well, Sten.
Not that
Laos.
well. Laos, I think, was with Rainer Korber,
Correct.
Craig Rankin.
Yes,
Craig Rankin
from the
rode.
Callagher stud.
Yeah.
And then sold to Alexandra Rick Hansen, and she has put together such a good partnership. It is the first Lissabon you see. Lissabon, probably the leading stallion at Callagher, or the most popular and the most successful at this stage, out of a direct Alme mare, which is pretty remarkable. Not too many of those around anymore. Alexander now a student at Cape Town University.
So I think Jenna O'Dell, her trainer, has been doing a lot of work with the horse in between.
Yes.
But Alexandra's still lucky enough to be able to come home, and when you're a quality rider like her, get back in the saddle fits like an old glove.
Yeah, I agree with you. Wonderful rider, and she's extracted super things from this horse.
Another horse that made his debut, I think, last year in the 150s.
Yes.
And another horse, and I say it with all due respect, with the Lissabons, a lot of them, when you see them jumping in the 130s, 135s, you think they've sort of reached their limit, and then just, I think, down to pure technique, their ability and their will to jump. They managed to jump a level or two past where you would say their scope ends. I don't know if that sounds fair to say. But
no,
they
I think you're
really,
absolutely right.
And I don't mean it with any disrespect to them, because
No.
they've been amazing competitors. They haven't just jumped 150 classes, they've won 150 classes.
Absolutely. Oh.
So they go quicker and quicker, our 4 falters. Another
Yes,
quick
that
4
pale
faults.
green vertical that she had down has fallen a couple of times. And now you can give us inside track here. Kimberly Williamson, Callagher Carina by Corinth out of an Argentinas mare. Sten, take them around, or would you prefer me to?
No, she's a mare that when we went to try the horse, Kim wasn't that blown away by her. And my wife reminds me daily that I could have had her. But I was adamant that Kim had to buy her, and she's been a fantastic competitor for Kim. Kim does a great job. She's hot, she's fiery. She's by Corinth out of an Argentinas mare. And I think big into the double there, but the mare shows good care jumping out. I think Corinth is almost like a bit of a secret weapon for Callagher. There haven't been many, but just getting a little keen there to that vertical.
And cut the corner slightly to get deep. What a shame, because jumping on impeccable form.
Yeah. Rogan, you'll notice she's just changed from a gag type bit to a hackamore combination. It's got a big leather straight bar, soft leather straight bar in the mouth.
That's interesting.
And then a big sheepskin over the nose. She's not a strong horse, but she's a hot horse. So what a good round. We've tried to go for sort of head pressure, trying to hold the horse's head rather than her mouth, because she can get a bit mouthy and be a little bit inconsistent. So I think with that hackamore combination, you managed to hold her head more, and the round stays smoother, I think, as we saw there.
That was so interesting, and what a nice bitting setup, because they are breeding these horses more delicate. And Lissabons, there's no Lissabon in there. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say Lissabons are tricky in the mouth, but here we go with Lisa Williams, number 19, on 334 Pilgrim, a 16-year-old by Perigou out of a Freedom First mare.
Another horse that's proven his quality right up to the top of the sport. And I think, Rogan, when a horse can be ridden so well by different riders, I think it speaks volumes to their class. I think they really show that they're made for the sport. You know, you can have horses that riders make, I think,
yes,
that riders really produce and make.
Yes,
Lisa gets jumped out the saddle.
She's not a tall woman.
And he's a
shortish
big horse.
Legs, and he threw a huge jump there. She does well, and it's testimony to his kindness that he's able to be ridden by a small woman. Lisa not happy. She circles and out she goes. I hope she's okay. I hope she didn't hurt herself in that moment.
I think it's just really that from 4 to 5, I don't think there's as much space as what you think coming around to that oxer. It comes quite quickly, so obviously just feeling like she wasn't quite ready for that oxer with her right in front of her.
And being the head of this 334 team, she'll have had so much on her plate putting this show together, because this is their first really big show at this venue, and none of us have any idea of what goes into these shows.
Yeah, I think the whole team's been flat out for a few weeks now leading up to the show, while trying to fit in the odd outdoor Grand Prix title as well.
Absolutely.
So
Narisa again. This is her third ride. Capital Aiden. This horse, 9-year-old by Arezzo van der Lageweg, out of My Lord Carthago mare. She wasn't that beautiful. Did you see that?
So tight and smooth back to that vertical. It's a horse that she purchased off the Capital Stud auction. And I think much the same as we've seen with Capital Magic Boy that Ronnie Healy won the Outdoor Grand Prix title on just a week or two ago. This is a horse that had to go to the right rider, Rogan. He had all the quality, a big jumper, but I think Narisa has really taken her time, and he took a lot of effort in the beginning. It's great to have all the scope in the world, but they've got to be rideable as well. And rideability is what she's trained down to a T in this horse.
He is jumping so carefully. Yeah, I'm with you. He's big, he's deliberate, he's scopy. But he must take a fair amount of riding.
How good was that?
Super. She's going to finish certainly a podium finish.
Into second
place.
Goes
into second, 69.34. Well, that makes up for the the earlier classes where it wasn't going her way.
I think she was really quick there from 2 to 3, and then again from 9 to 10. She wasted no time.
Now, credit to number 21, Graeme Win, and Callagher Vivaldi. Do you want to tell the story about this?
I think all over to you, Rogan.
So Vivaldi was very sensitive. He's a Valentino, and they have what we call lots of blood sensitivity.
You've had Valentino in your stable yard,
absolutely,
Rogan, with Jackie topping, am I right?
And this horse was close to dangerous to ride, and Graeme somehow got a gear with him. He's an incredible horseman, and he put together again, I think Ian Calendar Easby of Callagher made this very affordable to him. Not too many riders would have taken this horse on, and Graeme has done a remarkable job. He really loves the horse. In the hands of an amateur, you would refer to this horse as possibly dangerous. He could buck a rider off. If the rider moved too much, he'd let the rider know. Graeme done a wonderful job.
At the moment, only looking dangerously close to a podium finish. Looking a really good round here.
Yes, super. And it probably bears repetition. Graeme was, I think, a 15-time winner of the South African Eventing Championships. He's sort of our Bruce Fordyce of equestrian sport.
And quite remarkable how easily he made the transition from pro event rider to jumping around his first derby within a year of his first big season of show jumping.
Extraordinary. And the show jumping part of eventing used to be his weak leg, ironically.
Easy as you like. Leaves them all up. Clear in a time of 75.43. Goes into 4th place.
He'll be well pleased with that. So that that concludes the competition. We'll try to bring you the results. We don't have our screens in front of us just yet.
For our viewers at home, all our equipment not quite up and running here in the Midlands just yet. So, like Rogan says, we're trying to feed off the judges' box. So we're going to take a short moment just to hear those final results. And we'll be back with you shortly for that 140A2 competition prize giving.
Here come the results. So you got that. That was a win for Ivan van der Sade. Buy him some diesel to get his truck and horses home. And second, Graeme Win in at 4th, but we're just looking at who comes in second. There's Ivan coming through the arch. Narisa second. And all the riders focusing on their warm-up for the 135 class, which is next. One of the principles of these all-weather arenas is that they can take all weather, and secondly, that the experience for horse number 1 or horse number 100 is as similar as possible. And you can see a tractor comes in, rakes the arena, huge amounts of water go in. The afternoon before, the arenas are rolled and prepared. So whilst they are remarkable, they take a lot of input and a lot of care. Govert has ridden all over the world. He's watched competitions all over the world. He knows exactly what goes into all of this.
There we have the winner of the class, Ivan van der Sade, PM Corinna, all the way from Plet. Ivan runs a very busy setup there, a show venue that he's heavily involved in. So he knows what goes into these big shows. I'm sure he'll be very pleased with the way he started here.
They've established a lovely new venue in Plet.
And this would be the first leg of his trip or his season or his mid-season of show jumping. So like we say, a great way for him to start.
Narisa Prince coming in just at the last minute. I think he was third.
Narisa Prince Hill took second. Oscar third on Calaho Consigo, our chestnut Concoriano. And another Calaho horse, Graeme Win, with Calaho Vivaldi, rounding out our top 4 prizes. It's almost like the calm before the storm, Rogan, when you watch the riders having a little bit of a schooling round here on day 1. You know what we're in for come 3 days' time, championship day, or 2 days' time. Even the championship classes start on Saturday.
They'll be going flat out.
So these guys are just sort of setting the groundwork, like you say, to go flat out later in the week. As we see Ivan leading them off on a lap of honor, well-deserved lap of honor here on day one, the first class at the Waterwoods Show Jumping Festival.
Ivan winning 4,000 Rand for that effort, 3,500 going to Narisa. Oscar, 3,000. Then 2,500 Rand going to Graeme, and 1,500 Rand to the fourth placed. Was that also Narisa?
Fifth place, Graeme Win.
Fifth place.
So viewers, we're going to take a short break. We're going to cut to some ads now. And when we come back, we'll have the 135 A2 competition for you. Don't go anywhere. We've got a whole day of show jumping ahead of us.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, Sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
So welcome back, viewers, to this, the 135 A2 competition here at Waterwoods. Looks like we have Jackie Cochran, number 1, on Ever So Special, coming in to take the salute on behalf of the class.
Jackie's done amazingly with this horse. This is not easy. It's feisty and, can we say, unconventional,
100%.
sensitive, delicate. She's really been patient.
And I think Jackie's trainer, Raina Korba, has, you say how well she's done with this horse. I think Ray has done an amazing job at mounting Jackie on horses that she is so good on. He is a sensitive
There's a good
shot.
example of the quirkiness and young horse stuff.
But Jackie has, I think, 3 or 4 horses in her string, and they all go in the same way. Rogan, you'll remember what was the very good horse that she had. It was imported into the Cape, and then she rode it. Beauty Funder Pannenhover-Z.
Yes.
Who was so hot and buzzy. And Jackie now has decided, I think that's the sort of horse that suits her riding.
Yes,
And
yes.
that's what they've stuck with. Unfortunately, not their day today.
No,
with Ever So Special. But it's the name of the game. You were talking earlier about how we're breeding more and more sensitive, more and more careful horses.
Right.
So the good days get better and faster and quicker and more careful.
Yes, yes.
And the bad days are like that.
Yes. So standing by is a 334 entry. It's Leona Fanva and Matilda 334. This is a mare, an 8-year-old by Maestro van der Bishop out of a Raphael mare. And Sten, you've got to be as big a fan as we all are of this horse.
Rogan, an interesting fact for our viewers, I do mention it often on the live stream, but there might be someone watching for the first time. Matilda 334 is the front runner of the 334 breeding program. She's their horse, the first horse that they've bred that jumped up to the 140s already.
Wow.
Our viewers at home would notice that the stud prefix.
Yes.
Rogan, you're more educated than me. Prefix goes before, suffix goes
Suffix
afterwards.
is at the back, so the stud suffix.
So 334 as a suffix means that the 334 team have bred the horse. When it's a prefix, it's a
Then
horse
it's
that they've
334
purchased.
then the name. Okay, got it. Got it.
And she is a rock star. I mean, what an advert for your stud.
Ridden by, we'll both say, a rock star rider. Smooth, cool, organized, very happening. A real athlete. Leona was Leona van Amstel, grew up on farms north of Polokwane.
In vivo?
That's right. Just touch the
Softest.
back. Oh, yeah.
And those safety cups fall for free.
Right. So her fire is lit, and she has the last 2 down. 8 penalties.
Time of 70.9.
82 horses in this class, and viewers will get a real chance to look at up-and-coming talent and at what the South African scene is bit by bit producing.
Talking about up-and-coming talent, Rogan, we were just chatting to Govard about this horse's performance at the recent Outdoor Grand Prix at Kyalami. 334 Brandon, with Chris van der Merwe in the saddle coming in next. This horse was outstanding. He's a Russian acrobat, we said. If you watch the way he jumped that Outdoor Grand Prix, he was incredible. Picture perfect through that treble. I think you talk about up-and-coming talents. He's only 8. How old is he now? 9 years old.
Yes.
And this is going to be a superstar of the future. Well, he's already just announced that he's arrived.
Isn't he super? So they're putting him down 2 divisions, give him a breather after his exertions up in Gauteng last week. And he's in a lever action bit. It's a hackamore. So nothing in the horse's mouth. Some pressure on the nose, some pressure on the back of the jaw. And it suits the horse so well.
He in fact does have a little mouthpiece in there.
Is
It
there
looks
a
like a
mouthpiece?
berus.
That's exactly right. So there's a bit in the
Chris
mouth.
plays around. I mean, you were with me now when Govard was chatting to us, saying how this horse was borderline unrideable as a youngster, and they really had to work at developing a system. When we say unrideable, the horse just always seemed too keen to do his job, ran
that
away.
Jump at number 9, just perfection. Beautiful style.
So I think Chris plays around a lot with bits and keeping the horse fresh and keen.
And there's a demonstration round. It's super. Really super.
It's the closest to equitation that Chris has ever done.
Now we go back to number 2, Dominic Alexander. He brings in Capital Collier. It's a 10-year-old from the Capital stud by Cronus out of Capital A-Star mare.
We've seen how successful Henning Pretorius and Capital Stud's breeding program has been with A-Star on the dam line, that Argentina's line on the dam line. And this horse is the real deal.
Yeah, it's super. It's stylish. Super. A nice big horse for Dominic because he's a tall man.
And yet so sensitive. You watch Dominic rides him, no spurs. Often he rides him in a hackamore with no bit. So to see him in a little Tom Thumpellum here today, obviously trying something a bit new. We see he has that one of those compression hoods on as well. All just alluding to the fact that this is really a sensitive type, modern athlete.
This is another demonstration round. Looks very smart.
Any of our young riders watching from home, you want to see what textbook body control and lower leg position should be, Dominic would be the right man to watch.
And smooth.
Easy as you like. They're racking up the clears here this morning. Comes home clear in a time of 77.7.
And Dominic just having a school there, so that wouldn't be him being competitive.
Really did look like he was just cantering around on a Tuesday morning at home, Rogues.
Absolutely. Lorett Taylor now on Aripodema. This is a Scandix out of a Corlin mare, a 10-year-old gelding.
I believe a horse bred by Sancho Fuhrman that Lorett hasn't had for very long.
So that opening oxer away from the gate towards where the people are sitting and the catering, that definitely challenges young horses. They watch other things and can easily make a small error. Number 1 and number 2. You saw a horse get eliminated at number 1 and number 2 earlier in this class.
Another thing to note, I think, with this horse is that he has jumped right up to the 150 classes already. You can often find, like, getting the horses to roll up to the fences when they're a few holes smaller, Rogan. To get down your distances, you have to really focus on having a good tempo, because they've sort of adjusted themselves to jumping the bigger fences for a while, and how they hold their body.
It's going to be interesting to see how the horses develop this week as they become more familiar with this arena. And you see him cut out going away from the gate again. Lorett on it and making sure he jumped forward, but not giving her a chance to be as accurate as she'd like.
Again, I think another horse just sort of recuperating after the outdoor Grand Prix, getting back into the swing of things, having an easy outing here this morning.
Absolutely.
Helen Criticos goes next. She brings in Callahoo Liberia.
Yeah, it is Liberia. There you go.
Riding out of the Langley Equestrian team setup. You spoke earlier about Lissabon being leading breeding stallion in South Africa, I think you mentioned.
Yeah,
South African warm blood stallion.
He's been stellar in his delivery. And watch this for a nice rider, for riders to try and emulate. Helen Criticos. This is a 14-year-old, and we've had horses out of Argentina's mares. Here's another one. This horse has made its mark in the 1m50s. They're both small, horse and rider, but big jumps don't faze them at all. There's your Lissabon technique.
Yep. Always through and through. Helen's a funny young lady, super talented rider, just always so stylish, and always appears so confident in the ring. But if you chat to her like in the morning of a big Grand Prix or something, Rogan, she'll say, oh, I don't know, I just want to do right by my horse, and I don't want to let her down. And I mean, you never see her make mistakes.
No,
and yet she's so sort of humble and
cool and collected.
Yeah. Like you said, with a lot of these riders, they'll be schooling around here today, just familiarizing their horses with this new venue. But Grant always says to his pupils, well, not all the pupils, especially Helen and Courtney and all his young ladies, if their ponytails aren't sticking out horizontal to the ground, they're not going fast enough.
He's nothing if not witty.
You go, even though it looked like she wasn't going quick, 66.57 goes into the lead.
Smooth and forward.
Gregory Scott goes next. Callahoo Loretto. Rogan, a horse you'd be able to give us some more insight into?
Yeah, Greg spotted this at the Callahoo auction, and the amusing thing is I have a feeling he was the only bid. I'm not sure he liked those in the collecting ring, but I'm not sure he was that committed. It's turned out to be a delight. It's been a prize winner for him, and you'll note that he's changed to a Hackamore setup.
I can see. What was he in before? Just a snaffle.
He's been in a range of bits, some gags, and the horse is hot. Greg is crazy about him. By Larison out of a Contendro mare.
And I think it's fair for me to say, Rogan, the horse Greg often mentions, he does it a lot in his own way, but does it in his own way to find the podium most classes. So I don't think that really bothers you too much as a rider.
Greg said nothing he's jumped has ever felt too big for him. He's got no idea of just how good the horse is. He floated down to number 6 a little forward and paid the price by having it behind.
It's funny, we mentioned it in the last class, this distance right in front of us here, the grey Oxer 5 to 6 on the 6 strides. It walks again. I thought maybe I miswalked it in the first class, but I didn't. It walks 29 steps. Yes. A lot of the riders were saying now walking the track, it's a bit long. But the horses are covering ground on this surface.
They are, Sten, you're right. They're making ground very well on this going.
Number 10 goes next. It's Simon Henry in the saddle for the Fran Laren stud. Fran Laren Elito, 13-year-old gelding by Fran Laren Etoile de Sur out of a Brandenburg Colbert mare.
And
how fitting that we...
Brandenburg refers to a horse that was bred here. Colbert stood here for Frank Dittman years ago. Wonderful rider, Simon. Smooth, quiet, understated.
You speak about how the riders feel about their horse. Now you said Greg with Callahoo Loretto knows he's just a money winner. Loves to win classes. Simon says much the same about this horse. He says easy to ride, just goes along, does his job. Oh, second horse in a row.
Same mistake as Greg, a little float in forward to that and pays for it behind.
So Rogan, do you think they're getting there too quickly or not quite? Yeah, they're getting, and I think that's due to the fact that that's how the track walks. Like you would need to be cantering forward on the 6.
Yes.
And yet.
This was not jumping behind.
Which can often maybe refer to a bad trip down.
Exactly
or
that.
A stiff trip down.
Yes, exactly that.
Oh,
and then finishes pleasantly, yeah. Now here's an interesting one. Tamara Roueda acquired this horse from Rainer Korber, this Callahoo-owned horse, and it's Callahoo Joe Cool. It's a Coleman, Kidam de Revel, 8-year-old, and she's striking up a super partnership with it. You remember her other grey?
Her grey mare.
Do you not see...
I'm trying to remember her name. Qantas.
Qantas.
I was lucky enough to help Tamara at 1 or 2 shows when her, as a stand-in coach basically, I remember at Bloberg with Qantas, walking distances and helping her. The horse could easily drop 2 strides in a longer distance in a jump off. And I think she's building up much the same partnership here with Joe Cool. He really loves her.
It was a stallion. It's been castrated, and it's deliberate like Qantas. Big striding and deliberate, and suits her, I think, perfectly. Isn't that nice?
Yes, you just press him up to the double, and he answers beautifully at the Oxer jumping in there.
Tamara, born and bred in Cape Town, and did what many Cape Town riders do, relocated to Johannesburg to be more competitive for the greater convenience.
Sitting on 7 strides. Sitting on 7 strides down there to the crane jump.
And it didn't work.
Not working either. Almost looked like after she pressed him forward, after the lemon jump at number 3, he just got a bit strong for her going around. So this will be penciled down to another training round.
But no problem at all. The horse showing lovely form during the round.
Trademark of Tam's riding, always.
And Tamara coming out, not happy with how things are going. As we go to number 12, Grant Langley, Foresight Leroy Brown. This horse by Grant's own stallion, Casper, out of a Polydictus mare. Hello, Barry John.
And that Polydictus van der Helle mare would be a mare called Kwamal Duverfat, who has been fantastic in Grant's breeding program. She's been a rock star. Everything she's bred has jumped, and they've all, I think, have all reached up to the 135 level by now. So she's been a top brood mare for him. This horse recently made
for
the
you,
step
did you
up.
have a horse out of
My wife? Well, I gave her to my wife, but Kirsty jumps Permelia. It's also out of the same mare. And in fact, Kwamal passed, I think, 2 years ago. But Grant was very kind. And I'm riding Kwamal's last foal that she had at the moment.
Oh, special, really
Yeah,
special.
So real
You see
good
that horse
mare
have
in
number
there.
1 down like it wasn't fully focused yet. And
Again, we've seen that a few times
yes,
already
and
in this
we'll
class.
see it during the rest of the class, I'm fairly sure.
This horse recently made the step up to 140 level, jumped out of his skin at Maple Ridge just a few weeks back. Again, we talk about big horses that are sensitive. You can see Grant riding, no spur, snaffle mouthpiece. Horse goes in a very classical way.
Just on 4 penalties.
4 fences from home.
Grant's done very well, producing some super horses and some super riders at his property in Shangweni.
And I think they have a super successful breeding program that's a little bit smaller than some of the scales that we've seen with the bigger breeders. But I think his
Yes.
success rate
Yes.
has been super.
And that's credit to Grant. He's an out-and-out horseman.
Ooh, as we see Stacy's horse jumping away from... Ooh.
Now, Barry on number 14, Jeep Largo S. And this is by Cicero van Permel out of a Poor Boy mare. This is a 14-year-old, big scopy animal. And you see Barry drawing on his years of experience to deliver a good thing here. He had his daughter on this horse a little bit.
I think Ashley was very successful on, I think he's more affectionately known as Tiny, and I think our viewers at home can see why. He's about 19 hands. Ashley was super successful on this horse right up to 150 level. And then Barry's only recently taken back the ride.
And you hear him shout at the horse. He stood off and touched the back rail, but it's still in place.
He's having a dip here.
Yes, he's on 46 seconds back then.
6-7 strides there to the oxer. Rolls around to that last line.
Gets deep. Manages. Going on a big one here.
7, 8, 9.
Very good. And leaves it up. So
69.
into second on 69.10.
Still some 3 seconds off Helen Criticos' time.
Isn't she
Really
efficient
just
and organized?
Tinkled around, did Helen?
Yep. one of the characters in the sport is Stacy Lee Weston, former teacher, now businesswoman, married to a farrier Patrick. At number 15, she brings in Western Farrier's Alpha Ruby. And this is by Edward out of a Laramie mare, a 12-year-old. Edward being the sire of King Edward, probably the number 1 horse in the world in the last few years.
Alpha Ruby would be, I think I'm not mistaken in saying, the only horse that Stacy is riding at the moment that she hasn't bred herself.
And this is a Namibian bred.
Stacy always a fierce competitor. You saw she took a very tight line, 2-3.
This is a plump, dumpy sort of horse, almost ponyish, but boy, it's not short of ability. Like you saw there.
And I think you say sort of ponyish, but I think the biggest thing for Stacy has been to be able to get this horse more together, more connected, because it's, I think, quite a big ride for Stacy.
Touches the front of that oxer down. That's her first penalty. Poles falling here and there. Sten all over the arena.
Always a sign of good course design, I would believe.
Yep.
I think that's what
It was good enough for 6th place, 73.90. But of course that'll be eclipsed as the class goes on.
I think whenever you speak to the course designers, that's often what they mention. They never want to see one bogey fence or, you know, one fence falling too often. They'd like to have faults all around their track.
Absolutely.
Shauna Bean goes next. She brings in Equicover Capital Chicane, a self-produced horse that Shauna has been so successful on. 9-year-old gelding by Capital Capriccio out of a Consuelo mare. Shauna rides out of the RH equestrian setup. Trainer Ronnie Healy has been instrumental in this young lady's success, and there's been a lot of success. When she throws the hammer down, she is borderline untouchable.
People will remember Capriccio with Nicole Horwood being very successful up to the 140s. He was a foundation stallion at Capital, grey, and this horse is by, out of a Consuelo mare, also grey, so strong genetics going on here.
And he has massive step, Rogan.
Saw her get deep to that number 6 very easily.
After being deep at 5 already. I think Shauna knows the horse so well. She'll be going on the 7 here easy. Okay, not so easy, but
no,
the 7 was there.
He got height. Super.
Now she'll need a balance. Ooh, good ride in. And go. She can leave it up. She's got the time.
And she does.
Oof, 67.20.
Into second. 67.20.
Good enough to slot in just behind Helen Criticos and Calaho Liberia. Currently leading in that time of 66.57.
Now a young man, Luca Dominic Watson on Carlson 113. Oh, in fact, it's Jethro Bauer first. Apologies.
Jethro brings in Fee Fi Fo Fum. Brendan and I
back in the program to number 13, Fee Fi Fo Fum. Yeah.
We often tease Fee Fi Fo Fum. I know my way to the podium.
By Capital Dinaco. Out of mare by To Be or Not To Be. Dinaco is one of the few, or if not the only, son of Don Camarco, standing at stud. And he bred in the Free State, and he bred some very nice horses. I think he had limited opportunity.
But I think he himself as well, quite a specimen, Rogan, to look at.
Beautiful, beautiful horse.
Jethro setting up for this, oh no, balancing on the 8. He came in on quite an angle to number 8. So that 8 strides got short for the horse.
And you see 11 strides and it goes down. Barry, there are 9 strides, I think, if I remember correctly.
Was 9 strides, but it was a going 9.
Yes. A very going 9.
I think if you were to walk that distance, it would probably be 11. That's the stride. That's a number of strides that we see most horses go down on.
Now, Luca Watson acquired this horse, Carlson 113, from Bronwyn de Santos, who you've just seen be so successful in the Indoor World Cup in the Northern Hemisphere. And this has been a wonderful competition horse for him. Lovely pathfinder. Very good pony rider, and now firmly established as a successful young rider.
Already so, like you say, already so established as just a 15-year-old is Luca. And his parents have done a fantastic job. His parents and coach have done a fantastic job in mounting him correctly.
And he'd have wanted to leave a stride out there off that turn to clear that oxer, but very competitive up until now.
Carlson 113, or Sonny as he's more affectionately known. Real competitor himself, and he's won classes all over the country with Bronwyn and with Luca. Jumped right up to the 150 level.
He was a feisty young horse, if you remember him arriving from Europe.
I was lucky enough to be Bronwyn's work jockey for some time, and I had quite some time on Sonny, and he's a playful character, really enjoys life to the fullest.
That Sten going is tactful. I think he was jolly naughty.
He's quite cheeky, but a rock star all the way through, and I think we haven't seen the best of him yet today. He'll be coming out firing come championship day.
Now, number 18, Ashley Taylor, Hope van Orshoff. She won the South African Junior Championship with this horse. It's a horse that came through the hands of the Neils by Cabrio van der Heffink out of a Bonami mare, now a 17-year-old. And let's discuss the horse. He's unorthodox. Oh, there's number 1 again.
We've seen it go down
Talking
so
about
often.
a bogey fence. And yep.
You could be
and in the previous division too.
Land's running away a little bit from the viewing deck there. Lorett used a very interesting word to describe Hope yesterday. She said he's a complete enigma, Rogan.
Yes.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around
puzzle. He's been in all sorts of bits. You see him in a very gentle nylon gag or snaffle.
Good to see him jumping that crane fence at number 6 so well, because yesterday he wasn't so sure about those.
Apparently the horses really take exception to the crane. I heard the talk yesterday.
I can tell you firsthand that they do. My horse Leopard crawled over it.
And now he's settling into his more normal form.
Yeah, this looks more like Hope now towards the end of the track. Just maneuvering in the turn.
Gosh, this arena challenging the horses as they get used to it and learn it. He wouldn't have been here before.
I think the only competitors that would have enjoyed jumping here before would be the Natal riders. I think they've had one show before this event. So
yes.
There you go, finishing confidently down the last line after having a manure in the corner. He is a boy.
Yes.
Do battle to do two things at once.
So cool. Nothing seems to rattle her.
No.
Things go wrong, she just rides smoothly on again. Remarkable.
Soft hand through the finish, gives him a pat. I mean, she wouldn't be too pleased with that, but she doesn't take out any frustration. Like you say, super calm.
Exactly.
Pat and a smile on her face. She'll walk back and say, "Jeepers, what was he doing?"
So, number 19 is Amy Jane Gempele. She's on Optima Capital Quality, an 8-year-old by the fabulous Zorocco Blue VDL out of a staccato mare. Lots and lots of blood here.
Amy, a mileaged open rider, a mileaged 150 rider.
Yes.
What was her very good grey horse? Cruise Cruise.
Cruise missile? Cruising?
No, I think
cruise
just
line?
Cruise. I think its name was Cruise.
By cruising, yeah.
She really lit the show jumping scene alight with that horse. Has spent some time building a family, getting married, I suppose growing up, real life things.
Now proud mother of a baby daughter.
And is rebuilding a remarkable string of horses.
So this horse looking around may be distracted by
Sorry, Rogan, I cut you off. Just trying to get
not
the
to
arena
worry.
staff out the way.
Yeah, they were tidying, and they may well have distracted the horse. The horse is new here and having a good look around.
See the arena surrounded by these beautiful trees, and in the
Aren't
autumn
they?
season,
Yes.
change of color. Lovely to look at, but can be a little disconcerting for the horses.
When Govett was acquiring the farm, or wanting to acquire the farm, this is what he visualized, is the arena between the trees, and it's been executed perfectly.
Just the one spooky blemish on the record there.
Yeah, our horse definitely turned, and there were men standing on the outside. And they
There was
may
some
have
activity
distracted.
here on the side, but actually a really, really good round. You heard Amy just saying to the guys, please, you nearly killed me. But Optima Capital Quality putting together a good round, and that's going to be a horse to watch come the next few classes this week. As we see
Carolyn Dupria, who works in and for the 334 stud, now bringing in a Pasar van Lagerweg out of a Carlos DZ mare. This is a 9-year-old called 334 Pearl.
I think Carolyn's been working closely with Rainer Korber for the 334 stud up in Johannesburg, and really enjoying her training and time with Ray. This horse has come on in leaps and bounds over the last year or so. They've been podium finishes in the 130s and 135s regularly.
Very much so.
Over recent times.
And always a good thing, the bitting has gone more gentle and more simple. Cavison noseband and a nylon or plastic snaffle.
Rogan, we've seen quite a few horses or riders get pulled in very deep to this oxer here at number 5.
Yes.
Just coming off the turn, maybe holding a bit to the gate. Going to be something to watch. Showing good care there at number 7.
Now Pearl's trying. That line looked super.
So just running into some...
And 12 fences, 12 strides to the last fence, and down it goes. Other than that, a good round.
Unfortunately, running into a few time faults as well. So finishes on 8 faults in a time of 82.98. So time allowed 79 seconds. You see Hamza Minty making his way into the arena.
They're winning Hamza Minty. He's had a wonderful run, winning the President's Trophy at Maple Ridge, the big class.
The Philip Smith now.
Yes.
The Outdoor Grand Prix, the equitation class. On this very horse, on Continental Drift for the equitation.
He's a proper rider, Hamza. And diligent, hard-working. You see him in the warm-up arena, really schooling his horses. He pressed the horse at that, touched it with a stick, and the horse jumped forward and had it down. This arena definitely challenging the horses.
See the horse holding a little bit away from the side of the school down this long side here by our commentary box.
You may not be able to see this, but a small breeze has picked up. which is moving the leaves around. You can see the leaves falling onto the arena. Makes subtle rustling noises and definitely can distract the horses.
Yeah, a good set of padded earmuffs would go down well here today.
Definitely. This horse is wearing ears and a hood.
Now, Conti, as he's more affectionately known, quite a buzzy type. I think Hamza really has his work cut out when riding this horse, and yet he loves him all the same.
So John Bauer next brings in Ebb & Flow, Brannick, Cabana Boy, a 10-year-old by Consuelo out of an Ulior mare.
A horse purchased by Joanne Roberts from Anthony Kay, Ebb & Flow sales team. And don't let him fool you. He looks like a bit of a big, cold type. He's a machine. I had the pleasure of riding him for some time while John was out injured. And this horse loves to jump big, and loves to win prizes. He really is a treat to ride. Kind, big, scopy horse who has all the care in the world as well.
John is a strong, experienced rider, and this probably wouldn't be a girl's horse.
Another rider, Rogan, running a little deep to that oxer. We've seen it happen quite often in this class.
It certainly is that Calder Hill jump taking its toll.
I think all the riders will be forgiving Calder Hill. If that is a fence that falls often today, come championship day, because I do believe that Pierre
Lepart is sponsoring the championships. Sponsoring on behalf of his Calder Hill stud. Like Govett, he's an absolute passionate student of pedigree.
Oh, little touch at the last and almost rolls backwards.
So the 2 down.
You mentioned Pierre Lepart, another horse enthusiast. Govett used the phrase to me once when he was describing his son Thomas Triggled. He said, Thomas has horse sickness. And we know in South Africa we have African horse sickness, which is no joke. But the way Govett was saying, he just meant that Thomas is absolutely mad. I mean, if he's not riding, he's watching videos on YouTube. If he's not, or Clip My Horse or wherever. And if he's not doing that, he's talking breeding, walking around with the foal. He's just horse mad, watching shows. He never stops. Jean Corber on track now. She brings in Calaho Talana, number 22. 9-year-old mare by Talano van het Riethof out of an Argentinus dam line.
You've heard that name several times already this morning. And Jean has done a wonderful job with this horse. It was a plump young horse, and she's turned it into an absolute athlete and motivated it beautifully. Goes forward to number 6 and jumps it also really beautifully.
I don't think you ever really have to worry about this horse's care. She's allergic to the fences. Just about getting her to the fence in the correct way.
Jean has a very good eye for a horse. Produces all her own horses. She's a hard-working lady. I never can work out when she gets to sleep.
She really does have a good eye for a horse.
She does.
This was one of my picks as well, that auction for Kim Williamson, but it didn't work out in our favour. But it's always lovely to see when the horses,
when it goes well with
when you were
else.
right, when you were right. You mentioned how hard-working Jean is, Rogan. She's just moved into 4th place. You mentioned how hard-working she is. I heard some of her friends talking about a series or something that they were watching the other day, and she piped up halfway through the conversation and said, where on earth do you find time to watch any series? So you hit the nail on the head. She obviously doesn't stop.
Yeah, she's a businesswoman working in the 334, working in Rionet, supports her husband's equestrian business in Kailami, and raises 2 lovely children. So small raking going on in front of the jumps. Dominic Alexander is next in the program at number 23 on S. Oakley Z by Hunter Skendro out of a Lara Neil mare, 10-year-old.
I think a horse purchased through Michelle van Eck.
Lovely horse.
He really had an amazing 2024 season last year. I've often mentioned to Dom, when the horse came into the country as just a young horse, I think he was about 7 or 8 when he came into the country, he didn't look that substantial, and the jump looked beautiful. It was cute and springy, but there was definitely, and Dominic said to me, I wasn't the only one, there was definitely a question about the horse's scope. Well, he's answered those questions with a resounding yes, that he does have that big scope, that big time scope. The horse has been, like I say,
lovely horse.
Season in 2024 that almost unmatched.
You saw Narisa earlier with the Hunter Skendro, and we've seen 2 jump this morning prior to this class, to this round.
I think Nariska's horse is by Skendex.
Okay, yeah, right.
All goes back the same way.
Yes. All going back to staccato.
Now, interesting, Soakley also usually goes in a hackamore.
Yes.
And we see Dominic here jumping down a few levels with both Capital Collier and Soakley. Trying out some new bitting options, obviously. Or perhaps giving the hackamore a break.
Yes.
Not feeling like he needs the hackamore at this level, perhaps.
And the hackamore is a less direct feeling. It's very specific. So it's interesting how the riders play around with tack and equipment. Still a very mild bit in the horse's mouth. Very sympathetic bit.
Little rope noseband with a Nath mouthpiece. Fulmer cheek pieces. See that last fence. At number 11, the top rail hasn't been rolled, so the horses are going to have to show some extra care unless someone picks up on that.
There it goes.
Ryan's just done it.
Absolutely. Oscar Bongani Ngube. Svakile Kim Kardashian Fantenbos Z by Kanan out of a numero uno mare. So a fantastic pedigree.
We saw him in the prizes earlier on Calaho Consigo in the 140 class. This would be a mare that loves to win prizes as well. Quick against the clock. Naturally speedy type.
You see its care there.
But another horse, another rider deciding that they needed to ride up in the 6.
Yes.
Oof.
Yeah, this horse backing off and it feels like its eyes are big in the Serena.
Looks like she's pulled a shoe there at the back of number 7. Oscar decides.
See the arena party running to pick it up. Yeah, well spotted. That's exactly.
I think Oscar straight away thinking about the welfare of his horse, electing not to carry on after pulling a shoe there.
Jessica Comfer now. Number 25. Whitewater's On Clouds of Time. Bred at their breeding setup in Mpumalanga by Beach Haven on track out of a Clarinius mare. 14-year-old mare this.
Jessica Comfer, soon to be Jessica Dunyas, recently engaged to Peter
Oh, wow.
Dunyas, the
Wow.
farrier, farrier extraordinaire. So I'm sure we'll be getting all the lowdown on that wedding that'll be coming up. Jessica has relatively recently made the move to Joburg, or to Johannesburg. She works closely with Ronnie Healy at the RH Equestrian setup in Kyalami, and then does a lot of teaching and management, I believe, at the Blair Athol setup that Ronnie and Ashley are involved in as well. So she's talking about hard workers. She really lives and breathes show jumping, and right from up-down lessons to open pupils and open horses that she rides.
It's an impressive CV that you've just cited then.
Really is, and you think about what she's putting into the sport, and you can see how much it's doing for her riding. And I think to be in a setup with someone like Ronnie, who just breeds confidence, it's just been amazing for her. You mentioned the wind picking up, Rogan.
It definitely is.
That wind has also blown in some mist.
Mist and leaves. So that goes into fourth place. A very nice round, and big smile from Jessica. So it's not Gareth. We go to Ashley Fox. 334 Franzi U. There's the prefix. By Cazal. Out of a Laurentine mare. Governed a massive fan of Cazal.
You'll see that pedigree popping up all over.
Yes,
with the
exactly.
334 horses. You almost feel sometimes that you've made a mistake, that you're repeating yourself. But like you say, it's a pedigree that Govert very fond of, and that he's had so much success with as well.
Now, Ashley's probably not that as well known to viewers. Natal born and bred, her mother a riding person and a competitor herself, and Ashley exhibits cool, poise and cool. Seems like nothing rattles her.
She had a very, very hot, very, very small Palomino Honey, I think, that she rode in juniors and was untouchable when she was when the horse was on it for the day. Has been working with the 334 team, I would say, for going on 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, going on 3 years now. And she has just grown in such confidence with the team around her. It's amazing. I mean, to see her jumping this horse around Grand Prix has been quite a thing.
Oh, that's unlucky. Always touch the last like that.
Soft toe.
Good round. Good
toe
round.
On the last pole. But yeah, that horse, this would just be a class for her to give her an easy run after the last few big shows that she jumped at. But it's been amazing for Ashley to see just how quickly she's come on and how quickly she's grown up the ranks in the sport with the adult division.
Diamond Dundee didn't find a lucky day in the Grand Prix last week, and here it is down 2 divisions with Lara Neil, 15-year-old by Diorado out of a Carpaccio mare. I'm right in saying they had an unhappy...
Am I right? I think the first round was fantastic. I think he had one down in the treble. He was outstanding.
Yes.
And then we had that massive downpour just before the class, and I would put my money on him not being 100% comfortable with the footing.
Secure, yeah.
He's a big horse that needs to push a lot at the fences. And I just think that second round he wasn't feeling 100% sure about himself.
That's exactly where these synthetic arenas, these artificial surfaces, don't hit that problem.
Let me tell you, there's no one better than Lara Neil to be nursing a horse around after a not so confident day out a couple of weeks back. It's no secret to the viewers, she's definitely one of my favorite riders to watch. Her and I shared good form at the same time a few years back, where we were very competitive with each other throughout the 135, 140 ranks. And she's someone that's borderline unbeatable on her day.
She's very, very fast against the clock. And
stylish too.
Yeah, I endorse your praise. She's smooth, she's classical, she's consistent. And she seems unflappable. So I think we're welcoming Clip My Horse. No, not happening.
Yes, we are now
going internationally. So very exciting, and we hope there are some South Africans watching, or some South African fans of show jumping watching all over the world.
So Equilive meets Clip My Horse, Rogan.
Absolutely. Lorett next on Oxford Cobain. This is a Consuelo Glücks Cup. It's a 10-year-old stallion. Alvin from Bradar had the horse, I think. And
he did.
Oxford is Brett Latimer's business name. He's long been in equestrian sport.
And I see with a revived Geus for the show jumping again,
So
Rogan.
nice, so nice.
I see he's just recently imported another horse that looks to be a real superstar. I'll try to think of the name again, but it's just landed at the Farnham setup there in Chartwell, South Africa, Johannesburg.
Did he go overseas or did he buy online? He went overseas.
I'm sure.
And he often can't resist the Irish dealers.
So Cobain, super little horse, always quick against the clock. A horse, a type that really suits Lorett, Rogan. Oh,
Little hesitation there. The horse spooked at that.
I'm not sure he'd really locked on before it was in front of him.
Lorett was hung in. She's definitely being competitive. And he cut out. He didn't like it. So that happens. Lorett not fussed. He was cut out. Interesting.
It's been a bit tricky, this number 5 here next to the long side. It
looks innocuous, but it's away from the gate.
Yeah, it is away from the gate. It's an oxer. It's got a white board at the bottom, but the horses have really been drawn in deep and have not jumped it fantastically yet today.
Agreed.
And again, that's very, very uncharacteristic of that horse.
The weather's gone cloudy and misty with a slight breeze. It's really changed. There are a couple of mils of rain scheduled for today here, and then it gets cold tomorrow and the next day.
I believe lunchtime the rain should start around about 12.
Right.
So here's one of the ponytails we were talking about earlier, Rogan. Up next, it's Courtney Weber. She brings in Opal de la Bastide for owner Shelly-Ann Moore and Courtney Weber. Lady who rode in her first World Cup last year and was placed in that World Cup.
Wonderful.
She has really just broken onto the scene.
She's now full-time in riding, and one of the people who just gets on with it. No nonsense. You never notice her until she's winning.
Which is every day.
Yeah, she will be very successful. Can remember her as a junior with Chancellor.
Yes, absolutely. Brandenburg Chancellor that Ivana Calendar Easby rode.
Bred here.
I remember her, and she hates me telling the story, Rogan, but I remember her back to the days when she rode, now it's going to elude me, Piglet or something like that. Pony that was 13 hands that the grooms weren't allowed to go faster than a walk before Courtney burst into tears. And then now you see her while winning prizes in World Cups.
Extraordinary. Again, credit to Grant for his assistance in the production of her as a rider.
And there you have it. Into the lead. 66.3. Bumps stablemate Helen Criticos into second. And the two blonde ponytails going horizontal here this morning at Waterwoods.
Very much. I've lost.
So viewers, we're going to take a short break while we do some arena maintenance. And when we come back, we'll have the next 50 starters for you in this 135 speed competition here this morning at Waterwoods Equestrian. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Lock me up cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
So for our viewers at home, we've just heard from the grand jury the decision has been taken to put a pause on this class. They're going to pause the class for the next 30 minutes and then make a call. I think you guys can see on your screens the mist has really rolled in. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll have that information for you in about 30 minutes as to whether they're going to go ahead with the rest of the class or when they're going to go ahead with the rest of the class. Viewers, we'll see you shortly.
Lock me up cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
announcement, please. You still have the day to carry on. First course in at 10 minutes past 11. So there's about 12 minutes to go, and then we'll continue with the outside boat arenas.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
So also that way related to letting you know that and waiting to get things back out of the way.
the flip, I can't even see. I can't. Jesus Christ.
Heading back on line with number 11, George Win, 70 from 3-7, Alho Sequoia Bella. The only 2 on RJ's captain there, 3 goes down. Thank you very much. So we will take on 33 against Canada next, who can be set.
Brother, exactly the white it was. I just switched the camera real quick. Yep, I can't see it. Well, I mean, when the horse is like right next to me and sort of in the middle, I kind of get it, but it's, you know. Nope, no, I lost it. Okay, well, you then I'm just gonna get my puncher a bit better on my cap. I don't trust them.
Metallic fences 1-6 and 10 down, 12 on board. Kathleen Seligman, Caldane's ex Hala. Back over with Elzoid and Jackie Cochrane.
Shit, there it is. I'm going to come to you if you want.
For Jackie Cochran, second line, winning Elzoid, it's a clear round, 77.83 to 11 with the 12 players we had. Now we have number 35, Leona Fanva, and 33, Kayla Nordier. Standing by, 36, Forsyth Caspian.
Can't even see the scoreboard. Jeez.
Next to go, 6 multi-class Smith and Courtney Weber. For your LL334 Hay, I'm Lorett Taylor around with 77.176. Courtney Weber, who is currently lead on local yards, he is 66.31, holding a safe ride, full-time cast. It's got 2 paces at 6 and 9, 8 in total, 71 and 96. Now, the circles and the over, Helen Criticos. horses won the 9 down. We've got 8 jumping and 79.5 we had a further penalty at the time. Half the set it up and over-preventing horse fastest count. Cosmo. Chris Holman was up next. His second ride on. Fair in number 5 on 334 Brandon. Now at 38 is 334 Alberto. Jumping above the time, because from now it's 3 times penalty to 81.87. Up next is Tracy Coe, Homeland Rider, number 9, Emerald Isle Arrows, and Combined Please, Fortune Powerful Co-Ray, competes to 41, is a leader.
The worst thing is exiting and entering
Superstar. Jumping clear round, 67.07. Good enough to go into third
Third
place.
place, yeah, super.
Super effort there by Hamza Minty. Equitation at its finest. Lovely,
The very
lovely
much
round.
winning Hamza Minty. Caitlyn Leart. Jalifi Duran by Jensen van het Meulenhof out of an Alcatraz mare, 9-year-old. And Caitlyn and her husband Pierre, very keen equestrian people. Pierre passionate about breeding, and while talking about passionate about breeding, they've bred a very keen riding daughter too.
Kate putting together, she's been a bit quiet for the last while, but she's putting together a really nice string of horses again. Nice and positive down that first line, 1 to 2 on the 6.
Yeah, it was super.
Lovely body control through the double, gives the horse time to jump out. That's another horse that's been drawn in super deep to that Calder Hill Oxer, Rogan. I really wish I could put my finger on it.
Interestingly placed. Away from the gate. Sharpish turn.
This mare is really careful in front, shows fantastic technique at her oxes, always coming away from the front rail. Oh, big push out.
Yeah, she waited a little long into that double.
Super
but gets the
Kate.
job done, clear round.
75.14. Good enough to go into the top 10 in the early stages of this competition. Coming up to the halfway mark. 38 starters, 42 still to go. First of those 42 up next, Ashley Taylor. She brings in 334 Calaho Laraboo.
By the stallion Larison, out of a Beluderouet mare. You're hearing that name quite a lot. It's been very influential in world sport horse breeding. This has been a difficult horse, Sten.
I was going to say, you mentioned about blood in the Beluderouet lines. This mare's got plenty of it. She's spicy.
I think they've nursed the horse. I think she was not an easy young horse.
I think Ashley really has shown great maturity in her production of this horse. I know in the beginning with flags or banners around the arena and that, she's always been quite overwhelmed, but given the talent that she had, I think Ashley stuck it out and she really is reaping the rewards these days. The mare's become a real competitor. She's a superstar.
Yeah, she's a careful mare.
And I think being brought up in that whole Farnham system, they've really managed to get the best out of the horse and produce her to be the best she can be. Not a horse that would have been easy or easily produced or have been produced to this level if she'd landed in the wrong hands. See another lovely clear round, 75.61. Just outside that top 10, halfway through the class.
Now it's wonderful to see Sean back on something of this quality. This is by Canaan. Caprice DBHZ. Out of a Romero mare, that Romero Anglo-Arab blood that can be so talented and so tricky.
Hero really kicking off the ground there at number 2. There's a little bit of drizzle starts to fall behind us here, Rogan.
And let's hope it helps dispel this cloud and mist. This horse suits Sean's riding. He's done a lovely job with the horse. A very nice partnership developing here.
You mentioned it. I mean, we've got to know Sean riding horses like Gold Rush, Clyde Z, and this mare really does have that sort of look about her, doesn't she?
Yes,
Interesting
exactly.
thing I noticed here as Sean came past us, I don't know if he's nursing an injury, Rogan, or if it's just for feel, but he was riding with the rein between his ring finger and his middle finger. Can you see? There again. In fact, I'm lying. He's riding with the rein between his pointy finger and his ring and his middle finger.
I contend that that'll be exactly for feel. You'll have if you put the rein in an unusual place. So he's stopped the horse there, not pleased with the feeling round the turn to that double. Picking up canter and coming to it again.
The mist has got quite thick again.
Yep. Sean would be nothing if he's not a perfectionist. And if everything isn't going exactly to plan, he will adjust or amend it. One for the future.
Definitely. I think, judging by the way he started, Rogan, the horse it wasn't going for a prize here today. He was going for a schooling round, so obviously something that he was feeling there. .44 goes next. Permelia with Kirsty Muchner.
So obviously you can conclude Stan's wife. And we've talked about this being by Preamble D out of that Polydictis mare, 14-year-old, and it's brought Kirsty a lot of joy and success.
Kirsty's definitely putting her leg on. She pressed the mare hard at number 2 there, and she jumped super high over it. Yeah, Rogan, I think last year,
giving her a positive ride. Kirsty was unsettled by the weather and discussing with Sten whether to start the horse or not.
Another rider who gets a little deep to that grey oxer.
And makes it no problem at all. A
really
little circle and disorganized there, so comes again to that red oxer.
That side of the arena has got quite misty. We saw Sean also battling a little bit into the turn. However, the mare does look like she's settling. It looks like Kirsty's calling that a day. You can't even barely see her, but yeah, obviously feeling that the mist a little bit too much. But I mean, no harm done. The horse had a nice
No crashes,
6
nothing.
jumps.
Yep. And we'll be prepared and now familiar with the arena for tomorrow.
For hopefully a sunnier day.
One of the characters of this scene is Colin Ferreira. He brings in Kolensky de Revel Z. This is a direct son of Cornet Obelensky out of a Kidam de Revel mare. So when you look at this pedigree, you wonder if this would be easy to ride. Not necessarily.
In the head, I don't know how much you've watched this horse, Rogan, but he definitely likes to play and enjoy his time in the arena. Chucky has his work cut out to keep it all together.
You describe him as a strong, tough rider, Colin.
I would like to say the strength of a man and the touch of a lady. He really does have good feel. I would venture to say one of the best in the country when it comes to riding tricky horses or riding horses that do require a lot of technique and feel. See another horse battling in that turn to the red and white.
Bucking and playing and, yeah, full of beans. Was this horse imported by Capital?
Rogan, you've got me because I actually don't know where the horse came from. I don't know why. I want to say it had something to do with Linda Rabi.
Okay.
But I could be completely off the mark.
And that'll be Colin settling the horse for the rest of the show. Some poles in a circle, so not in contention this morning.
Number 45 goes next. It's the lovely Leander D. Jenna Eager in the saddle. He might be little, but he's a firecracker.
A 10-year-old by Latour out of a Quality Time mare. Not a big horse, but I think you're a fan too, Sten. Lovely technique, good rideability.
Yeah, he can be a little cheeky and playful, and he's sharp. He keeps you on your toes for sure. I think bred by Liam Stevens from Dyser Stables. Sadly for Liam's 7 foot, and this horse is only just 15 hands, so that was never going to work. But I think lovely for him to see the horse being piloted so beautifully by Jenna around these bigger classes. Another horse that has already in his short career made the step up to 150 level, believe it or not.
It's so interesting that size doesn't link too much to scope. You can get small horses that can jump huge, big horses that are not that useful. Size is not the only requirement.
You see how that horse really ate up the ground in the 6 strides. She was really waiting here from 5 to 6 to get the 6 strides. Again, really having to balance the horse for the 8.
So now just the last line to come. She's clear so far.
Leaves the last up, comes home clear in a time of 74.57. Good enough to go into the top 10 with just half the class left to go.
So, number 47, Sarah Kate Capazorio. Mulbrook Enough Said. An 11-year-old by Eldo out of an Acclaim mare. Eldo was imported to South Africa by Diane Snodgrass from the Neyhoff stud. And interestingly, Diane Snodgrass was the lady who imported Acclaim.
Gets away with a little rub at number 1. Fancy footwork there to 2. This horse looks careful as a cat, Rogan.
Really super. I think the Eldos are very good. I'm not sure he's fertile any longer, but what a useful stallion. They all had application and the desire to jump. Yeah, this horse doesn't want to hit them. Oh, touch that going down. She was big going in.
Also, the colours of that 3-3-4 double, Rogan, seem to disappear in the mist. I've seen a few riders battle, a few horses battle through that corner of the arena.
Yes.
So just the 4 faults. Good time, though, 69.88. Would have been good enough to go into the top 6.
Now, Michelle Fleming picks a certain kind of horse, and this is a great example of what she likes. The famous Plastic Colours Master Batch Chigori, who's given her so much joy. Michelle is a slim, light woman, and she rides these mountainous horses. They're big. She does a lot of very good with her method and flat work and preparation. Trains with Barry Taylor, and he's a direct son of Kentucky out of a Zacharias mare, 18-year-old now.
And Chigori's spent a little bit of time away from the sport, Rogan. I don't know what it was down to, but he's definitely had a short break, so lovely to see him back in the arena.
Yes, he's given Michelle a lot of joy and some super successes in the big classes.
think it was in the 2023 season, where she was a real contender in that World Cup series. Had some fantastic results.
And not just a pretty face, she's an actuary, works in her parents' business. You see the deliberate way she rides him on a steady rhythm. He's got all the scope you need. He's a big guy with a big jump.
Yeah, and I think Rogan takes a lot of organizing throughout the track. She's always got to be really, really structured in the way that she rides him, but I think that suits her down to a T. She wouldn't have it any other way.
Structured would be a good adjective to describe Michelle's technique.
There you go. Leaves the last up. She's going to finish just outside the time allowed in a time of 81.44. So 3 for time, but a lovely, lovely round, and fantastic to see Chagori back in the ring. Sure, they've got a big season planned ahead of them for 2025. Shaunie Swanapool goes next. She brings in number 49, Nickelback de RVZ.
And this is progeny of the famous Nabab Derev out of a Chinchin mare. So rather wonderful pedigree. 13-year-old gelding. Sten, the light does change. There's sometimes riders are easier to see, sometimes less easier to see. The horses are, well, the riders have to see their stride, but the horses have to do a lot of measuring and watching, and they seem to be doing their job.
Yeah, obviously I think, as with everything with horses, some horses finding it easier than others, and some riders finding it easier than others. But yes, with the mist, definitely an added element to the show jumping here today. Shaunie's done such a magnificent job with this horse. And yes, he's bred really well, and I think he's a out-and-out jumper, but you can also see how much he loves her. He really jumps for her. Lovely to see a partnership like this that you've watched grow through the ranks from just as a young horse in the lower levels, to have competed all the way up to the 150s on a horse you've produced, and you can see she loves him every day, no matter what.
Lovely animal.
Late for
nice pair. Number 50, Kerry Muir, JK Cortina 2, a 14-year-old by Quo Vadis out of a Kalido mare.
A horse purchased from Johan Kackelhofer.
And Govert informs that Johan will be popping into the show.
Oh, fantastic.
Johan's wife family lives in Durban. They're based in America now, but it'll be good to see them out here. And Johan, long-standing special friend of Govert Triggles.
And now I genuinely can't see halfway.
This horse was originally bought by Brittany de Toy from Johan. Kerry now been on her for about a year or so, possibly a little longer. Kerry's an out-and-out talent though. She gets a good tune out of all different sorts.
Another lady with what superficially appears to be a wonderful temperament.
And a great sporting pedigree.
Yes, indeed.
Daughter of superstar rugby coach Dick Muir. I think the whole family are athletic and well-minded for sport.
Not surprising to hear at all.
See her giving a big press out the double there. Fortunately, the back rail goes down. Those safety cups falling for nothing.
The rides away from the gate. Number 1, that double, and this grey one in front of us. have definitely posed their tests.
And then I think given that 3-3-4 double is sort of black and blue in the mist, and that this oxer is grey and white in the mist, definitely proving a little difficult for the horses and riders.
The way designers are using colour as part of the test has become increasingly obvious and interesting. Bridget Kim Carlser, we're going with Kayla Nordier, Locarno Ballard, by Locarno Challenger, out of a Consuelo mare. So this horse very much Namibian breeding. Locarno, the stud prefix of the late Klaus Koch, really passionate horseman and breeder. She touches off number 2.
Don't often see that from this mare, Locarno Ballard. I was going to say well mileaged, well experienced at this level with Kayla. Always a super competitor in any division that they ride at. This pair is super quick against the clock. Possibly a rail that you could put down to the weather conditions, because this mare doesn't touch them. Kayla's got a fantastic string of horses at the moment. A front runner, Kalaho Conzano, putting in a fantastic effort at the Outdoor Grand Prix to finish in the prizes.
Yeah, she's put together a very worthwhile partnership with that horse. She's riding hard now, making sure that the horse goes and being very positive with him.
Careful to the last, leaves it up. Good time, 74.40. A few rails going down along the way. So, at the moment, with 48 having started, 32 still to go, if you want to get onto the podium, you have to be faster than Hamza Minty and his time on Kalaho Conray of 67.07. Looking to do just that. Up next, it's Bridget Kim Carls. She brings in number 52, Principals Bentley.
And this is a gelding by Corbett, bred in the Eastern Cape, out of an Ubergabe mare. And there's number 1 doing its dirty work, and 2. So Bridget making sure that she's very positive with the horse. Once again, you never know what's happening in the warm-up ring, and whether the riders get rattled or think the horses need some more pressing than normal.
I wonder if also cantering up from 1 to 2 towards that viewing deck, Rogan, which is quite misty. I don't know.
It's got to be a factor. Got it.
Horses back off that a little bit, so the riders feel like they need to put their leg on. Actually looking a little bit more settled now as he goes on around the track.
Bridget runs a big operation in the East Rand of Johannesburg called Dunblane. They host shows. It's a big, successful livery and competition yard. Actually a lovely facility.
I was going to say a beautiful setup, very, very scenic with that dam or river or whatever you call that, the dam and the grass arena right on top.
There is a waterway through it, and they've dammed it, and there lovely geese and wildfowl, and lovely. And hopefully that sets them up for the rest of the week.
Yeah, confident there towards the end of the track. Nice and positive. Horse gets a big pat. Kim looks very happy with that.
Philippa Baxter, Ushi van Het Neerterhof. Seen Philippa's sister go earlier, Caitlyn Leart. This is an 11-year-old. It's a direct Diamant de Semeli out of a Kotoki mare.
That Kotoki mare was Kaya van Het Neerterhof that we saw competing in this country with Jonathan Clark for owner Tamsin Wegrostek, and then later with Bronwyn de Santos. And I do believe...
I'd forgotten all of this.
I do believe she's standing at stud now at Bronwyn's setup here in the Midlands.
Won't surprise me if she makes good competition horses.
So are they going to be doing that rating thing again do the next session, halfway to the next session?
Philippa trains with Barry Taylor. had some great success with this mare. They jumped right up to 150 level already in their career.
Well, if there's the next one.
Still relatively new to that level, but I think this year they'll be looking to build on that.
And worth remembering their mum, Di Baxter, stalwart part of the equestrian scene, judge. She passed last year, but she is certainly not forgotten.
Amazing how successful all the girls have been. I call them
All
girls,
wonderful
they're
riders.
They're
All wonderful riders. And
they're all ladies
keen.
now, but
yes,
all fantastic jockeys and all fantastic jockeys in their own style, Rogan.
Yes.
They've all ridden slightly differently, but
yes,
nonetheless
yes,
made their way to the podium.
very much. Catherine McFarlane now saw her husband earlier today, Oscar Grube. Here she is with Kelleher, Hera Duayen. This is by Harold III. It's a stallion known for getting event horses. They used some Harold blood at Kelleher. This is out of a Balubay de Rouet mare. So if it's good, credit Balubay. If you don't like it, think of Harold. Catherine can get horses to jump. She brings something magical and special. She's positive. Horses operate for her. Gets a nice inside turn. Let's see if she clears this.
Getting assaulted by
Good ride. She really does get a good tune out of this horse. I've seen them in the prizes a lot. Very competitive pair.
There's a relaxed trust between them. Oh, a little far off that, and he unfolds early on the back rail. She rather unfolds early on the back rail.
Super in the 8 strides there, from 8 to 9. Just that last line to go. Horse bumps it down going in. Visibility tricky there. Super to the last. Good time, 72.95.
But 4 penalties won't see you in the money. Now, talk about this. Liam Stevens' horse, Camilla D. The D for Diza, I presume. So Liam bred this himself by Consuelo out of a mare by Timeless. Liam really is a passionate student of pedigree and I think wants to breed.
He does, I think, enjoys. He's had 2 amazing mares. Anyone that's been around in South African show jumping for any length of time would remember the wonderful Wonder that he rode so successfully. Winner of World Cups, Grand Prix, second in the Big Derby. And then he had another very good mare whose career was cut short by injury called Adventure. And that mare would be this horse's mother.
That's a wonderful thing about a mare. If she cuts out young, she's still got a second possibility of a career if she's well enough bred.
And this horse shares her mother's extravagant back end.
So Liam not happy with the distances he's picking up. She did look lit up. So out they go.
I must say, I would put it down to the conditions. I really do think that they're playing a little bit more of a factor than some of the people are letting on. I saw a video of Graeme Win's young horse jumping in the B Arena just now. He came to me with big eyes to say to me, look what they're doing. His horse was jumping very, very extravagantly.
Certainly we can claim that the Gauteng horses, which are the majority of the horses here, are not familiar with these this environment. Here's a nice horse.
Hot, dry and sunny is what we're used to.
Yeah, exactly. Ryan Andrews brings in a horse he bred at his Kello Park breeding establishment called KP Endorphin. A 7-year-old, so young mare, by Eldorado van der Zeshoek out of a Lorino mare. Ryan started his breeding operation in the western suburbs of Johannesburg a dozen or so years ago, and he's been very diligent about putting in the best possible semen he could purchase, and he's upgraded his horses continuously. And here's a very good example of his breeding endeavors.
This horse is a jumper through and through. You can see a little spooky, maybe a little green. You mentioned only 7, so a little green going around the track, but when he gets to the fence, does all the right things. Really wants to leave the fences up. And a lovely expression on the way to the jump, Rogan.
Very
Ears
nice.
pricked,
Very,
keen to do
very
the job.
good. Ryan riding quite hard, but they've left the fences up at this stage.
Late rail going down there, jumping into the double at 10. Spells 4 faults. Time was looking good, 75.04. But I think hats off, that young horse in these conditions at this level. I think the horse jumped beautifully with an exciting career ahead of itself.
Yeah, lovely animal. Hannah Gerber, she brings in Freedom. This is a 15-year-old by Nameless R out of a Murmus R mare. And Nameless would be the sire of Triple X.
Okay, every day is a school day here in the commentary box. Hannah hasn't had Freedom for all that long. Still a relatively new partnership.
Yes, Freedom brought into South Africa by Jade Hook. Now Jade Walsh, and Jade is the proud mother of 2 daughters.
Who both look pony mad, I think. I've seen quite a few videos.
And the Walshes deserve no less.
Here Lorett, Hannah's trainer, offering some words of advice from the corner there, telling her to step, keep stepping.
And the prediction is that Hannah's going to make a most worthwhile rider in the future.
In the future?
Yes.
I thought she was really pretty worthwhile.
Should have said that better, that she has a big future.
She has a massive, I'm just taking the Mickey Rogan. She's a fantastic jockey. And an athlete as well, successful in many different sporting codes.
I didn't know.
Very, very, very good athlete. I think you can see by her body control when she's jumping, she's a fit young lady.
A small pair here. Little gelding called Zonjati Gemini. Small lady rider, Carol Nurden, who you know well, Sten. And this is a 15-year-old by Consuelo out of a Zalina mare. This is Namibian bred.
Little horse that stepped up to the 140 levels recently. I don't know if you know the story behind this horse, Rogan. Carol purchased him, produced him, and sold him on. And I don't know if it was directly back or just via the grapevine, eventually made his way back to Carol. And she's, like she says, this horse was meant for her.
So Carol a little irritated at that run out. I hope she's organised in time. No.
It's taken quite a lot of riding, this grey oxer coming away from the gate.
Absolutely. Also Carol riding hard today, and it's maybe rattled him slightly. She's a very, very good horsewoman and a marvellous chooser and producer of horses. Every time you look in the warm-up ring and you see Carol on something, take it seriously. She has a wonderful eye.
Talking about people that are wonderful producer of horses, Oliver Bishop up next. He brings in Gaucho de Emma, number 59. A man who has more natural feel than most could ever wish for.
Loads and loads. And very good temperament and focus, Oliver. And there's that. That's fallen. So if we were to summarize the track, 1 to 2 has been a problem. This grey oxer in front of us a problem. Some horses have fallen victims of number 6. Yeah, the faults have been spread, Stan. There have been places around the track that caused trouble, but spread out.
Can I take it one step further? I think coming away from the gate, you nailed it, that's what you said. Coming away from the gate has been an issue or a question for the horses, and jumping into that viewing deck in the mist has been a question for the horses. So 6 and 2 jumping into that viewing deck, and then 5, 1 and 10, the 3 fences that all come away from the gate.
Absolutely.
Have been the biggest questions on the track.
So this horse has had a layoff, I think. Nice to see him back in the arena, and Oliver would be preparing him again for the big classes.
Yep, easy as you like, good body balance over the last.
Very uncharacteristic 2 down.
Rogan, also something that you could maybe put down to the horse jumping down a few levels, maybe not taking the job quite as seriously as what he would when the jumps are bigger?
I would say more to do with the weather conditions, time off.
Okay.
Georgia Joan Rorich, Specialty Fun Het Kaiserhof by Koenor, out of an Indoctro mare, 7-year-old.
A horse very new to this level, Rogan. Only jumped a handful of 130 classes before making the step up to 135, but Georgia really believes in this horse. And you can see just why. He's got springs in his feet.
Yes, super. Georgia, top pony rider, top junior rider in the Eastern Cape. I did a lot of work with Diane Snodgrass, and now based in Johannesburg and really putting together a lovely string.
I think Diane still has a big hand in Georgia's riding, sends her a lot of videos. She's her go-to person, and then as well now training with Jonathan Clark in Johannesburg. Steve, as he's more affectionately known, making light work of the step up to 135s. Again, we just see that A element of number 10 going down, turning away from the gate. But, must say, quite a remarkable step up to the 135s. Jumped beautifully, took it all in his stride.
Good round, 4 penalties.
So our last horse to go before we have a rake break. It's going to be Fiona Fanfullensteier with Sapphire Rain. Fiona's been in some fine form. We saw her in the prizes a lot at Maple Ridge. A long-time pupil of David Wilkin, recently moved to the team at Sellerhof and has been enjoying great success there with Domini as well. I was lucky
she
enough.
got down 1 to 2 on 7 strides, a horse not wanting to go in the corner, it looked like. This is a horse is spooky. Takes quite a lot of positive riding.
Fiona is a perfectionist. I've been lucky enough to ride in many lessons and train with her at home quite a bit. Electing to add a stride there, and wisely so. Does it very well to the crane fence, number 6.
An experienced lady, good pony rider, good junior rider, and now competitive in the adult ranks.
Balances well in the 8. Shows a lovely shape over number 9.
Just the 4 penalties.
So Rogan around that got better and better as they went on. Horse started to look more confident, obviously adapted to the conditions.
Yeah.
So viewers, I think we're going to take a short break while our arena party readies the arena for our last 30 odd horses, or 22 horses left to go. So we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Still in the lead is Opal Della Bastide with the remarkably unflappable Courtney Weber.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
We start now with Greg Scott and Habibi S. Greg having a big ask at number 1, pressing hard as the horses are the ones that are unfamiliar with this going. Little touch going into the double. Taking care to that grey oxer. And the front of that oxer going down. And then finishing clear, so 2 down for that round. That was Greg Scott in the back on track entry, Habibi S, 13-year-old mare by Harmony out of a Concord mare. The bell has sounded for very successful KwaZulu-Natal rider, Georgia Scribante. She brings in Ultimate Deliapa. This is a gelding, a 17-year-old, by Lorett Taylor out of a Guillaume Tell mare. Georgia having a very successful run up in Gauteng earlier this year. Successful at the President's Trophy Show at Maple Ridge, and again successful at the Easter Show. So the percentage clears dropping, 28%. 4 penalties for Georgia Scribante with Ultime de Iliapi. Simon Hendry with Gondor Portobello K. The Gondor stud based near Nigel. They used Parco. This is progeny of Parco. Out of a Huron M mare, 11-year-old gelding, Simon Hendry. .60 horses have jumped, 19 to go, 28% clears in the lead, Opal, Della Bastide and Courtney Weber. Holding on to 10th place is Leander D. Three down for Simon Hendry and Gondor Portobello K. Now we go to Tamara Roueda. If it's not Tamara, Grant Langley with Foresight Bengston. 16-year-old gelding by Foresight Berger out of a Polydictus mare. We've seen multiple progeny of that Polydictus mare here at the show today.
And my brightness is good. Is that better? Is there a way to like brighten up my screen?
So 2 fences down early on for 8 penalties. Here's the running order at the moment. It's Opal Della Bastide is in first. Callagher Liberia in second. Callagher Conray third. Equicover Capital Chicane fourth. Jeep Lager S in at fifth. Callagher Sequoia Vella at sixth. Whitewaters on clouds of time 7th.
No, if it's possible. If it's possible. Okay.
8th at the moment is Callagher Talana. 9th, Diamond Dundee. And 10th, Leander D.
The temperature's going to kill me.
So Grant Langley going out on 8 penalties. As we go to Jethro Bauer. He'll be riding PDL Husqvarna Z by Hokato out of a Rivaldor mare.
They both go down and there's 8 penalties on the board. And then at the season, it's 39 flags. The team clears 27 half 62 starters, but there are 21 prizes on half looking ready for the 4 pairs. Jethro Bauer, in search of his ride to number 67, Kevin Ladies PDL Husqvarna Z.
Just a touch behind at number 1. Gavin Triggle will be using this Hokato blood. He saw some in Zimbabwe when he was there, saw some progeny of Hokato, and will be bringing it into his stud. So Jethro falling foul of number 1 and the second to last for 8 penalties. Now it's Leona Fanfullensteier. She's on 334 Capital Katori. This is a 9-year-old daughter of Kitoki out of a My Lord Kitago mare. So wonderful show jumping pedigree, top Olympic blood there. And any Kitoki daughter is an asset to a stud, a very valuable asset. Super round, and that was good enough for 5th spot. Very good round. The really worthwhile 334 Capital Katori, Leona Fanfullensteier. And we go from Leona to Stacy Lee Weston, Western Farriers Lua de Mel, a 12-year-old by Consuelo out of an I'm Great mare. That's just how the day's been. You get down a distance, a whisker too quickly or a centimetre or two too close, and you're on 4 penalties. Lua Demel finishing on 4 in 66.3, and that's into 29th place. Now we go to Leona van der Merwe's husband, Chris van der Merwe, on the 334 entry, the Stallion Bakeur. And this is by Branso out of a Cassini mare. Very modern type of sport horse, this. And you've seen other progeny of Branso during the morning, this morning thus far. He has a very impressive front, this horse. Lovely, beautifully set on head and neck. Looks like quite a light, good mouth. And plenty of blood and athletic ability. And that's clear and into 6th spot. Just a whisker behind his wife Leona. He was fractionally quicker on Capital Katori. Hamza Minty, who's already been round successfully on Conray, now on Callao Corrida de Rebel by Corinth out of a Lisbon mare. Now that horse that takes plenty of flat work and preparation. This is a 7-year-old. Hamza very competitive. For penalties, the time 70.66 into 25th slot. Prizes to number 21, so there's still 600 rand on offer for the finishers 21st. Martin is here at the show, big supporter of show jumping. Callao Falvio. This is a Fort Joy out of a Silvio mare, a 13-year-old bred at Callao. Graeme going wide and round to give this horse a careful ride. Very nice, useful horse, this. Fort Joy was one of the earlier stallions to arrive at Callao. Has been a very positive contributor to the genetic stock at Callao. clear round into 16th spot. 66.3.
86, a great ride by Graeme Win and Calico Fulvio. Clear they go into 16th place. You now have 20 players on the board. One is on offer.
Now we go to Anthony Eckerold, KwaZulu-Natal man. He rides Tackentog's Optimus. This is a 16-year-old by Optimum van der Wellington out of a Bambix mare. So that was classic Alzu breeding back in the day. Optimus is a 16-year-old stallion, and looking at him, he'd bring very useful genetics to any mating. Anthony, a lawyer by profession. When the riders have come forward to that orange and red jump, it's fallen from time to time. Once again, very good to welcome here Costa Cabral, the course designer from Portugal, one of the world's leading show jumping course designers, and certainly a friend of South Africa to South Africans. Harry Butcher, competitive at the recent Toyota Easter show. Here he is with Capital Casmigo. This is a 14-year-old by Castigo, also out of an Optimum van der Wellington mare. Harry was a keen junior rider based in the northern suburbs of Johannesburg. His mother runs a big equestrian setup in the northern suburbs and developing into a very useful adult rider with the watchful eye of Dominic Alexander. Seven penalties. They go into 39th spot. Sten Mochner now rides Callahoo Le Padre. This is a Lissabon out of a Patinas mare, now a 15-year-old. Sten's had multiple successes with this horse. He's ridden him since a 4-year-old off the Callahoo auction. And into the arena, the smart-looking Callao Le Padre. Sten, who's been sharing duties, warming up customers and helping his wife, and then alternating with commentary duties. Presses hard as is required to get to number 2. That can get the horses up and revving. But Sten's had enough time to watch this track, and exactly when the horses are pressed hard at number 2, they often might jump through a fence after that, remembering the pressure and responding to it. And Le Padre responding negatively to this arena, falling foul of the grey oxer away from the gate, and that wall oxer down at number 7. Now we go to Nordic Z, number 78. 12-year-old. This is a direct Nabob Derev. We've seen a couple of those already this morning out of a Goodwill mare. James Lowe in the saddle. James runs a sports therapy practice in Johannesburg, in the northern suburbs. Has ridden all his life, keen rider, and certainly with his practices looks after a lot of the rider's physical well-being. He's by profession a chiropractor. The cloud and mist seems to be lifting a little bit, the going improving. It's now possible to see the colour of jumps across the arena, which hasn't always been possible this morning. As has happened all day from the pressure of this event, the horses start jumping forward and responding to the pressure and losing their carefulness to a degree. 12 penalties in 73.94. That was for Nordic Z. Now we're going with Douglas Piquet. He's riding Lady Valkyrie. This is a 12-year-old by Brannick Viking out of a Randall Z mare, another name that we've heard once or twice already today. That's definitely been happening today. The riders feel the horses having a look, backing off, and then they put pressure, and then the poles go.
Wideness is okay? Okay. Just make it
and starting to settle and finishing, but 4 fences down along the way for Douglas Piquet. Now we go to Capital Cashmere. This is a Capital Calnado out of a Belmondo mare. Very hot, sensitive horse this, full of blood. It's an 11-year-old. In the saddle, Lauren Pretorius. Calnado, who was purchased by the Gates family and wound up jumping in the Northern Hemisphere for Jennifer Gates and with Harry Smulders. Kind, scopy big horse. And this horse, a lot more blood than his father. Just the 4 penalties, time 72 seconds, and
signals on sound at 10A for Lauren Pretorius, brings it home on Captain here in 72 seconds on the button with the 4 penalties. We have 20 clears, we're looking for an extra one to pull up our 21 passes.
now we go with Rainer Korber. He's on 334 Kazarati, a direct progeny of Kazal. This is an 8-year-old out of a Diorado mare. Relatively new partnership. Rainer now engaged by the 334 stud. This horse jumps in a lovely style. I was about to say all positive things, and then a momentary lapse and the horse ducks out the side. Rainer gives this horse time to jump. Very stylish horse. I think he's enjoying the horse immensely.
Only on 76.
And Rainer bringing the horse back to a walk in front of that vertical and electing to take the horse out. Two very competitive riders left. Barry Taylor and Fiona Fanfullensteier. The first of those will be Barry Taylor. For Brett Latimer. This is a 7-year-old gelding, an import by I'm Special to Muse out of a Lux Z mare. Barry rates this horse very highly and has had some significant success already with him. It's a relatively new partnership. horse jumps in good balance. Opens behind. And touches that down, so he's not going to be in the top 21. And now with 2 down, not a form performance for this pair. 2 down in 73.87. So the last rider to try and take it away from Courtney Weber and Opal de la Bastide is Premier Envy, a 9-year-old by Escapade out of a Tilden mare. This is a quick pair. Escapade, a black imported Hanoverian stallion, the E-line, and David Wilkin bred with him and bred quite a few progeny. Tilden was a thoroughbred who stood in Zimbabwe back in the day. Last fence to go, and she's clear. Very presentable performance, and that puts her into 5th place, securing her some very nice prize money.
That brings to an end this 125-18 competition, and we finish up with our new 21 players. And rising, stand by for the results in just a few moments' time.
So here are the results. It was a win from early on, Courtney Weber, Opal de la Bastide. In its second was Helen Criticos. She was on Callahoo, Liberia. Third to Hamza Minty, Callahoo, Conray. Fourth going to Equicover Capital, Chicane, Shauna Bean. Fifth to Premier Envy, Fiona Fanfullensteier, the last pair in the class. Sixth going to 334 Capital Katori, Leona Fanfullensteier. Seventh, number 70, Bakure, 334 stud, Chris Fanfullensteier. In at eighth, number 14, Jeep Largo S, Barry Taylor. Ninth going to number 31, Callahoo Sequoia Vela, Geordie Byrne. 10th, number 25, Whitewaters On Clouds of Time, Jessica Comfer. 11th, Callahoo Tilano, John Corber. 12th, Diamond Dundee, Lara Neil. 13th, Leander D, Jenna Eager. 14th, Jolie Faye du Royen, Caitlyn Leart. 15th to number 42, Callahoo Lariboo, Ashley Taylor. 16th was to Soakley, Zed and Dominic Alexander. 17th to Callahoo Falvia, Graeme Win. 18th, number 334, Hayam Wilmer, Leona Fanfullensteier. 19th, 334, Brandon, Chris Fanfullensteier. 20th, Rivendell Zoid and Jackie Cochran. 21st to Capital Collier and Dominic Alexander. That concludes the 135 opening class. Next is a long 130 competition.
the winner goes away. And 21st to Dominic Alexander and back to Collier. Prize friends of the clubhouse free riders.
It's gonna kind of be blocked a bit by the rails. We'll see. Very well done to our prize winners in this class. Once those on football safely out the way. With that as the year round, of course, for Courtney Weber and a very good LSC winning combination.
Lock me up cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Vos chevaux pensent qu'ils participent au Paris-Dakar à chaque trajet? Ne les laissez plus penser qu'ils sont pilotes de rallye. Inspirée de l'automobile, la suspension Pullman 2, innovée par Cheval Liberté, propose une véritable technologie de pointe. Avec un centre de gravité au plus proche de la route grâce à un châssis surbaissé, les vibrations sont ainsi considérablement réduites. Votre vent épouse la route et offre alors à votre cheval un confort inégalé. Avec la suspension Pullman 2, c'est moins de stress, moins de fatigue, moins de consommation de carburant et surtout un transport en toute sécurité pour vos chevaux, et ça même sur route difficile. Rendez-vous sur notre site internet chevalliberté.fr pour découvrir toute notre gamme de vents.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Towards our riders it was 1:38.2. Once the course walk is complete, there will be a 5-minute break before the first horse. There will be 5 minutes as we do need to walk to the arena between the end of the course walk and the first rider end.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. and we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Welcome back, viewers, to this Class 3. It's the 130 A2 competition this afternoon here at Waterwoods. We have some 92 starters here in this class. Taking the salute on behalf of the class, it's Lorett Taylor. Oxford Special Edition, 7-year-old gelding by I'm Special Demuse, above the red mare. She's going to show us the way around this Bernardo Costa design course. Easy 7, 1 to 2. The horse really kicked off the ground at that Calder Hill Oxa. And they sweep round to the Rainbow Double. Balancing 5. She rides that distance in 11 strides, which is what it walked. You might see someone race down in 10. And clears the last blue and yellow ox beautifully.
73 seconds on the button for Lorett Taylor to clear round to start the class. 7 seconds inside the time allowed of 80 seconds.
So time allowed, 80 seconds. Lorett coming home inside that time allowed, kicking us off with a lovely clear round. Number 2 goes next. It's Kaylee Pasar. She rides 334 Giselle. 9-year-old mare by Kissel, out of a Quidem de Revel mare. Real little pocket rocket is this mare. She has springs in her feet. Kaylee really is building a formidable partnership with this mare. She's been really smooth and quick across the ground here. Taking the wider route from 8 to 9. Good shot. Rolls down in 10 strides to the double. 1 from home. Ooh, and is going to fall victim to the clock, I think. There comes home clear for jumping, but in a time of 80.69, it's going to be 1 foot time. That 1 time penalty probably down to a little bit of extravagance at the jump, going a little high, showing off. But a lovely, lovely round, like I said. It's going to be a partnership to watch in the not so far future. From one 334 rider to another. Next up, it's young Ashley Taylor. She brings in 334, Callahoo Stand By Me. This young 7-year-old mare by Callahoo Sampras, out of a Quedens Reuben mare. Much like Laraboo, who we saw jumping in the earlier classes with Ashley. It's a real spicy mare with bucket loads of talent. No one better than Ashley with all her tact and feel to produce these sensitive young horses. I think with Barry and Lorett in her corner and part of her training team, and with owners like Govert Triggle to ride for, really is a recipe for success. Here Ashley using her voice as she jumps into that 3-3-4 double. This mare relatively new to this level, so it's big smiles for Ashley as she goes through the finish. James Kane Burman goes next. He brings in number 4, Selahov Cascada. Selahov Cascada, an 8-year-old mare by Capital Cascord out of an Optimum van der Wellington mare. James electing for 8 from 1 to 2. The mare just gently touching the front rail off behind. James trains with Dominic Alexander. He's a man that rides with a lot of natural feel. When he knows it's his day, he can really lay down the gauntlet for the other riders. I think with 2 early rails, we're not going to see him going flat out here today.
Yeah.
Seems to have found his groove in the second half of this track. Cascada's sire, Capital Cascord, was a horse that we saw competed so successfully by Leona Fanva. So not their day today, but a horse that, if she's clear come Saturday in that championship class, she'll definitely be one to watch. James, no stranger to speed. Number 5 goes next. It's Ivan van der Sade. He brings in Blue Steel Equestrian Font Inca's boy. Saw Ivan with a great result early in the 140 class on PM Carinya. Really making his trip from Plet worthwhile here today. He'll be looking for more of the same. Inca's boy, a ride that Ivan has only recently acquired. Riding the horse for owner Marie Lamont. Marie, if you're watching from PE, good day to you. Lovely 9-year-old gelding by Aldo. Almost falling victim to a big expressive back end there over number 1. I think the horse actually kicked out at the top rail. Ivan doing well to make sure the horse locked onto the double there. Sometimes that break in communication can be a direct result of what I said earlier, where Ivan's only had this horse a short period of time, so they'll still be learning each other. But he really is a master at what he does. Knows how to get the very best out of all different types of horses. So this horse probably a little bit green in terms of turning up tight to fences, like Ivan's asked him to do once or twice here. but it'll definitely be a good learning curve for the horse, learning what's going to be expected of him in the not so distant future. Good confident round.
77-74, 12-24,
Next up, we have number 6. It's 334 Sea of Stars. Govert Triggle in the saddle, the man behind this magnificent venue. Spoke very highly of this young mare when I saw them jumping the other day at Kailani Equestrian Park. Said one of the most intelligent horses he's ever worked with. She's a 9-year-old mare by Staccato out of a Calato mare. Our viewers at home will be able to see she goes in one of those hoods, a compression hood. The idea behind that compression hood would be to keep the horse nice and relaxed, a bit of a comforting aid for the horse. You can see this mare's electrically careful and quick at the front of the fence. Govert just has to sort of keep a lid on her, help her slow that busy brain down a bit at the fence. Textbook through the double there, the 3-3-4 double. Yeah, beautiful round. Lovely jumping by 3-3-4 Sea of the Stars. Just an apology to our viewers at home. Sorry, we are having some technical glitches with our timing equipment and the screens. So every now and then, if we don't manage to announce the times, it's not from a lack of interest. On track now, we have number 7. It's Graeme Win in the saddle, riding for owner Martijn Swanapool. He brings in Kalaho Sambuca, another striking son of Sampras, out of a Lissabon mare. This horse has a lovely expression on the way to the fences, really pricks his ears, wants to do his job. Big effort over the oxer at number 7. And then the trout oxer at 8. Where the gods have been good to us. It's nice that this mist has cleared. Give us a good afternoon of show jumping here at Waterwoods. He's one from home with just the 4 faults. Very soft rail at that aquarium fence. Leaves the last up. And a fine performance from that young horse. New to this division. Really putting his best foot forward. Number 8 goes next. It's Kayla Nordier. She brings in Garlic Curvage. 9-year-old gelding by Contendro, out of a Conrad de Hus mare. Kayla, a young lady, recently married. Maiden name was Gertenbach, now a Nordier. And I must say, the Nordier surname suiting her career very well. Kayla's been in some fine form of late. She's always ridden beautifully, but has really hit the ground running these last 2 years, striking up a fantastic partnership with a few new horses in her string that look like they really are set for the top of the sport. This would be a new ride for Kayla. I haven't seen Garlic Curvage with her before. So it'd be interesting to find out the story about where the horse came from, who she acquired the horse from. But again, with a lady as talented as her in the saddle, I think this horse is destined for big things. She obviously thinks the world of him. Very organized, very controlled riding there by Kayla.
Good fun.
So viewers, number 9 goes next. It's Narisa Prince Hill. She brings in quality NPS. If you want to see how to ride a speed class, don't leave your screens. This is sure to be entertaining here. Narisa never comes to make up the numbers. She is quick and competitive. Let's see what Qualita NPS and Narisa Prince Hill have in store for us here today. Lands turning after 2. You can see she means business. Stays inside those wings to the rainbow double. Whoa. Kicks out over the oxer, jumping into 3. Little rub at 4, but it stays up. An uncharacteristic back rail goes down for Qualita. So Narisa will probably take her foot off the pedal a little bit now. Put this down to a schooling round. Get the horse ready to win later in the week, because I guarantee you they will win at least one of their classes here this weekend. Goes without saying. Big push jumping out of that 3-3-4 double. And clears the last. So 4 faults in a good time of 71.83. So next up, it's the turn of Tamara Roueda, Regenesis vet Calaho Liantos, and what a treat to see this guy back in the competition ring. He spent a little bit of time out the sport, recovering, I do believe, from an eye injury. Absolute privilege to watch every time this pair jumps. It was quite some time ago now, but I was lucky enough to be involved a little bit in his production as a young horse. Let me tell you, Tam has walked the walk with this horse, and it shows she's really reaping the rewards of a fantastic system that she's kept him in, and the trust and belief that she's had in this horse. He's a rock star, one of the Lisbon favorites, I would say. Something that the team from Calaho Stud can be so proud of. Been a campaigner at 150 and World Cup level now for a few years. And I do believe was the runner-up, finished second in the World Cup series last year. Tam will be gleaming from ear to ear at the end of this round to have this boy back in the ring. She'll still be keeping her reins short and close to the saddle just in case, because he is a playful guy. But like I said, what a treat to have him back and looking so well. Next up, we have number 29. It's Equine Performance Products Theseus with Tatum Hodgson. I'm always amazed by these young ladies. Tatum has just recently had a baby, and she's jumped back into the sport as if she'd never left. Theseus, an 8-year-old gelding by Canaan, out of a Cassini 2 mare. We talk about horses that make our career. I truly believe that this is one that is going to really put Tatum on the map as a top show jumper here in South Africa. She trains with Lynn Piercy, so she's got a fantastic team backing her. And I think this horse has all the qualities to jump right to the very top of the sport. Tatum giving him a lovely trip around. Oh, gives a little rattle jumping into the double at 10, but it stays up. Oh, fractionally deep to the last, and the front rail goes down. Very late, 4 faults. Comes home in a time of 73 seconds. So with 10 having started, we still only have 2 clear rounds. Looking to give us our 3rd clear round, it's Rainer Korber. He brings in number 11, Afrizan's Calaho Conderable. My partner in commentary earlier was alluding to the fact that we'd had 3 real fantastic chestnut Concorianos. Well, this one, a bay, but no less striking and no less talented than the 3 chestnuts we saw earlier. This would be a new ride for Ray, stepping in for his pupil. But a man as talented and skilled as Rainer Korber wouldn't faze him. We see his characteristic tall upper body, short reins, fantastic balance, and just looks like he's always in the right place, ready to help the horse in their body at the fence. Ray rolls up beautifully to that 3-3-4 double. He leaves it up. Just one from home. Comes home with the 4 faults. Time of 78.98. Good enough to go into 7th place in the early stages of this competition. It's the turn of Bradley McCarty up next. He brings in number 12, Valuta Dadeo. 12-year-old mare by Van Helsing, out of a For Pleasure mare. I think Brad will be pleased he's jumping outdoors here today. The recent Maxwell's Indoor Grand Prix. I think he came dangerously close to hitting his helmet on the roof a few times. This mare goes super high over the fences when she gets a bit buzzy, as you see there. Ooh. But jump she has, and she really wants to do the job. I think Brad's smart there, waiting for the extra. Now he needs to get her up and going. Yep, good ground speed now. think so nice for these local horsemen and women who put so much into the sport to have such an amazing venue like this at their disposal. Close to home for once. They usually have to travel for miles and miles to get to these venues. So to have one on their doorstep, a real pleasure. And it's a clear round in a time of 74.12. Bradley McHardy and Valuta Dadio going into second place, giving us our third clear round of the competition. So in order to be on the podium here so far in the early stages of this class, they need to be clear and faster than a time of 78.32, which is currently Govert Triggle with 334 Sea of Stars. On track now, we have the very stylish and consummate professional Jason Phillips. He brings in Calaho Colato, lovely son of Corinth, out of a Pedinus mare. Jason purchased this horse off the auction, the Calaho auction. He's had a fantastic production job with the horse so far. This would be one of his first open classes. I know he loves this horse. He says what a treat he is to work with. And I think a round like this shows you just why. Clear round. Some 5 seconds into the lead, 68.21. And that's going to take some catching for these other riders. So with 14 having started, Jason Phillips sets that leading time of 68.21. We have 77 riders that'll be looking to hunt that down. First of which, Jonathan Clark, up next at number 14. He brings in Back on Track Sheldon for owner Linda Ellerine. This would be Sheldon's first real show back. He's had some time off due to an injury. So lovely to see him nursed back to full health here. He really is looking a picture. Jonathan, Linda and their whole team have done a fantastic job getting him back to the ring, looking as fit and healthy as he is now. Jonathan really is always just a pleasure to watch. Such amazing body control. Always in perfect balance with his horses. One of those riders with heaps and heaps of natural feel. You can see how well he knows this horse as well. And easy as you like, schooling around in a time of 67.49, puts him into the lead, and you can see Sheldon's very pleased with his efforts here this afternoon. So our top three as it stands, Back on Track Sheldon, Jonathan Clark, the round we've just seen, 67.49 in pole position. Calaho Colato, Jason Phillips, 68.21 on second. And in third place at the moment, Oxford Special Edition, Lorett Taylor, the horse that we saw go out first in this competition. She sits clear on a time of 73 seconds flat. Jessica Woolham goes next. It's number 15. She rides Diamonds Conway. Lovely son of Consuelo. Jessica trains with Chad Cunningham. Oh, and that's a very soft rail after the double. I was about to say she's been in great form of late. Goes a little wide to give herself space to get straight to 7. Easy as you like in the 6 strides up to that Trout Oxer at number 8. She's just 4 fences from home. Some fancy footwork at the front of number 10. Just this last Oxer. Lovely ride, leaves it up. Comes home with 2 rails down and 4 for time. Sorry, 4 for jumping, 4 for time. Total of 8 faults. Number 16 goes next. It's Leona Fanva. She brings in her own horse, Hamlet. Lovely son of Hammer. That Leona has so masterfully produced up the ranks. I think he was a homebred horse. So he's been bred, backed and produced. No small feat by Leona and her team. For sure some input from the mastermind, Chris van der Merwe. Having a little look down at that Oxer at 5. I mentioned earlier that Jonathan Clark is always a pleasure to watch. Leona would be the female duplicate of that. She's stylish, quick, smooth, sympathetic with her horses. They're always so competitive for her in return. Just 1 from home. Time's looking good. 68, 69 seconds. Oh, the most unfortunate rail there at the last. Would have been good enough to go into 5th place. Fortunately, that 4 at the last knocks her out the prizes. So if our viewers at home thought it was sounding a little quiet in the commentary box here, Rogan is back. I think he got caught up. As we said, this is the Waterwoods Show Jumping Festival. There's quite a lot going on in the viewing decks and the shopping corner and the catering rows. What did you have for lunch?
A delicious lamb roll.
There you go. I knew there was something tasty up there.
Yeah.
Shaunie Swanapool goes next. She brings in number 18, Rumpus.
Things have got much easier with the visibility, Stan.
Yeah, definitely. I think the weather gods have been kind to us. Horses are looking super confident here this afternoon. Rumpus, 12-year-old gelding by Davenport Ramses.
And Ramses by Rex Grana Z, which made so many kind, brave horses and lots of good about them.
I was going to say, you could elaborate a little bit more than me on the Davenport stud and their breeding program.
Yeah, they did very well with not a lot of financial outlay and perfect environment, but they really did well. So keen.
So just the 1 rail going down there, 1 blemish on the record for Shaunie Swanapool and Rumpus. Number 19 goes next. It's James Lowe, riding his own Capital Corland. Lovely 8-year-old stallion by Corland, out of a Cassini 1 mare. I think Domini has horsed James magnificently here, or paired James magnificently here with this horse. It's a type that really suits James. The horse originally produced by Nicole Horwood. James showing some fancy body control there through the double, looking a picture. I think when you find a horse that suits you so well like this, it's always a pleasure to jump. You feel like you can jump into those doubles and sort of pose for the camera as you jump out, Rogues. You've been a producer of very stylish riders in your time, Rogan, and had a hand in producing many riders. Would you ever say that to them? Just jump into the double and pose for the camera?
Certainly not.
Not?
No teasing. It's a good image.
I think when you ride horses of this quality, though, it's almost part of the package, isn't it? Look how James drops a stride down there to the double, and the horse just backs up, jumping out.
Isn't that the truth, that good horses make good riding? And,
Absolutely.
You're only as good as what you sit on. So if you're having to do all the work, you don't look so good. But if the horse is doing a lot of the work, you can really focus on being correct. And
that was fantastic. Really good. Clear round in a time of 75.73, and that puts him into 5th place in the early stages of this competition.
These are always surprisingly fast classes, and as the afternoon goes on and people see exactly what to do, they seem to just get faster.
Talking about James on a stylish horse, he has a stylish lady on a very quick horse that for sure is going to be going quickly, Rogan. Next up on track, we have Brannick Cassandra. It's number 20 with Heather Joy Mostert in the saddle.
It's always nice to see a locally bred horse, and here one is.
So this horse came onto my radar when Bronwyn dos Santos purchased the horse from a client in Cape Town, an owner in Cape Town, and I think the horse was ridden by Erin dos Santos for a while, then Bronwyn, and the horse was sold on to Heather, and has been such a success story with Heather. I could be mistaken, but I think the horse was actually purchased for Heather's daughter.
And when you look at how smart the pedigree is, sorry to interrupt, it's a Consuelo Randall Z. And Randall Z, very smart.
I can't believe it took that mare all the way to fence number 9 to have her first little buck and play, because usually she's quite extravagant, quite expressive as she goes around. Oh, Rogan, you came down here, you sat in with me. Now you've just said that the weather was starting to look really good.
I think I'm the unlucky number. Got it.
No, I think you just jinxed us. You said the weather's cleared up. It's looking good. And I very silly on my behalf, I agreed with you as the mist starts to roll in again.
It hasn't been windy and it hasn't really rained.
And it's not that cold. It's actually quite a pleasant afternoon here.
Do well not to complain.
Tanya Strauss returns. She's been a busy lady here today at Waterwoods. This time she brings in number 17, Verdant Capital's Delmar.
So interesting to see horses play with their tongues. So this horse has got a reasonably snug noseband, but plays with its tongue, and you wonder if the tongue goes above the bit or below the bit, but it makes for inconsistent contact, and then it's easy to pick up a wrong distance or miss a distance with that difficulty.
Obviously a slightly sensitive mouth, Rogan. I see she hasn't got a martingale on. And I think as well, I mentioned earlier, Tanya recently having changed instructors, has moved to train with Graeme Win. And often you'll find in the beginning of a relationship like that, a new training relationship, you've got to find your feet, find out the new system properly. It can be a little bit disconcerting, so it does take time to get used to everyone involved in your team. So we did hear it mentioned earlier, in the best interest of the horses and riders, we are going to have some arena prep done every 20 horses throughout this class. So viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the rest of the class for you shortly. We still have another 70 odd riders, 76 riders, 72 riders, to go. So there's a lot of action still to come here this afternoon at Waterwoods Show Jumping Festival. Stay tuned.
And it's going to be quick action, fast action.
Lock me up cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Some of the most quick and efficient arena preparation that I've seen in a long time. We're ready to get going again. Number 22 goes next. It's Ashley Fox in the saddle, and she brings in Chianti's Touch. 8-year-old gelding by Chianti out of a Royal Valkenburg mare. Chianti's Touch is quite an extravagant jumper. I don't know how much of him you've seen, Rogan.
No, very little.
Ashley does a great job. He looks like he prefers to jump with a bit of space at the fences. But when you give him the space in front, he rewards you with space over the fences as well.
Oh, super.
Just like that.
Just super.
Little room, allow him to use his scope, and Ashley does an amazing job at it.
That vertical is going to fall all afternoon, I think.
It has. I think it's been a bit the bogey fence, that 5 strides with a vertical jumping out of the rainbow double. That
Yes.
5 strides rides quite short.
Why doesn't the weather get worse when it's out?
My feeling with this horse, Rogan, is that Ashley just needs the time to get it right, because you can see when he does allow her to put him in the right place to use his body, he uses his body in the most magnificent way. Really knows how to clear the fences and give an exhibition. Just all about trying to get that rideability, and I guess that's our job as riders. These days the horses are bred to jump, and all we've got to train is the rideability along the way to allow them to best do their jobs. Number 23 goes next. It's Jenna Lee Glancy. She brings in Cornerstone's Los Pepe.
It's rather very exciting jumping happening here with this grey. First time I see this horse by Brannick Consuelos out of a Camden Park mare. And Camden Park's the son of AP Indy. He was the son that made us realize that AP Indy is going to be a thoroughbred who brings jumping.
So this horse was bred by Anton Hook, Cornerstone Stables.
Yes.
And I think Lorett and Barry saw the potential in this horse and have got involved. So he stables and trains with them. Jenna recently started working for the team at Farnham Stables. I think Jodie Peters was riding this horse before Jenna.
Okay. It was interesting how Araby some of the warm bloods can look. When you look at this, you think there's a bunch of Arab in here with the pretty head and high head carriage.
At 24 goes next, it's Liam Duffy. He brings in Callagho Laleri for owner Pierre Lepart. Liam has been a fierce competitor in the 120s for quite some time with this horse. Now making the step up to the open classes.
He has a very nice way about his riding, Liam. Smooth and unfussed, pretty rhythmical.
I'm pretty sure that there isn't a 120 championship class that he hasn't won around South Africa. Like you said, that number 4, it's the bogey fence.
Yep.
Riders really have to jump out the double and set the horses up afterwards for the flimsy vertical at number 4. I'll tell you what though, on a law of averages, this horse has had 4 faults. He's not going to have another 4 faults for the next 6 months. Big effort over number 7 there. Liam. Liam doing well.
Look going down.
Yeah, Liam doing very well just to encourage the horse towards the end of the distance there. As you said, he's got a very quiet, calm way of riding. Even there where he's encouraging the horse on, it's still very effective,
Smooth.
very calm, very relaxed. Yeah, easy as you like. So the bogey fence going again, number 4. The only blemish on the record. It was a good time, 67.4. Would have been good enough for second place.
Any breeder, every breeder who breeds, you know the hilarious saying is that fools breed horses for rich men to ride. You've heard that?
I haven't.
Oh.
Like I say, every day is a school day.
So it is a truism. Fools breed horses for rich men to ride. And
as long as the rich men part with their money to the breeders, that's fine.
Well, looking at this Rotaflow Capital Hawk by Capital Hemiris out of a Nabab Derev mare. So those parents are expensive. And here's a rider sitting in South Africa enjoying such a horse, such a pedigree. Horses are having a look at that. That's not the first one. Whether it's those wings.
The fact that it's turning maybe back away from the gate you mentioned
once
earlier.
Once again, yeah.
I was about to say that Janine has done an amazing production job with this horse. I was involved with the auction where they purchased him, and he's got all the jump in the world and he's very careful, but he is very aware of his surroundings as well. Her and her team at CC Equestrian have really stuck to their guns in being thorough with their training program. Having a bit of an uncharacteristic day here today. usually a lot more settled, a lot more organized.
Agreed, and the horse looks complicated in the mouth.
Another rider, so she elected to go down there on 7. Distance does walk 6, but oxer to oxer, I think if you don't have a great jump at number 7, good call to just add a stride down there. I was about to say that this is what good riding can do for a horse, Rogan. It can help them, you can watch a horse get more and more relaxed as the track goes on. And I think to some degree that horse did relax towards the end.
Yes.
Maybe she'll need another round to get the horse truly relaxed, but definitely looked better towards the end of the track than the way he started.
It did.
Dominic Alexander goes next, number 27. It's Copacabana, 7-year-old stallion by Calestis, out of a Laudanus mare. Rogan, a horse that Karen and Domini at Sellerhof Stud bred themselves. Another horse that he's bred, backed, produced, and in some fine style. Lovely to see this horse making its way into the open classes. Saw some lovely videos of him jumping in the 130s at the recent Easter Festival.
Certainly not a one-day game to breed horses. It's 1 year in utero. Then it's 4 years before you really
4 years
train
in waiting. Well,
another 4 before you know what you've got. So it's an 8 or 9 year exercise.
Absolutely, but
at best.
But when you get it right, it's quite
very
rewarding.
Satisfying, yeah.
My wife and I have small breeding, like a home breeding setup, and we've been very fortunate, I must say. Our homebred horses have really kept us in the ring and have been super competitors for us as well, as Domini's starting to show that he's got much the same in his string. Hogan, you've bred quite successfully as well with Three Socks, who you rode so magnificently.
Yeah, quite unsuccessfully too. It's a tough thing.
You're so brutally honest. I was thinking about the good ones that I'd seen.
Yeah.
This looked
the
like a
ratio
fantastic
needs
round.
to be very nice.
I think the cost to success ratio is never very flattering. But all it takes is one good one and you're hooked for life and you keep going. Oh, late rail, heartbreak at the last for Domini. Good time, 73.29, just the 4 faults. I managed to speak to Domini earlier about his change in bitting setup on the two big horses, Rogan.
That's interesting. So what was the outcome?
Soakley and Collier, he thought maybe in the Hackamores jumping the bigger fences he'd allowed the horses to get too long in their body, so he thought definitely jumping down a few levels he would make sure he had them in a different type of bitting setup. So I think the bitting setup to match his plan behind his rounds, because we definitely saw him in a schooling manner.
Yes.
So it was just all about getting the horses a little bit more collected back together again.
And I'm going to not answer you by saying, here comes another chestnut, Con Coriano, while we're on that theme the whole of today. And what's so interesting, this is out of Pablo's Asmare called Picker's Book.
You've got me on the spot. Picker. So Jean rode this horse's mother. Picker's girl? Oh no.
Unbelievable success, that mare. And this has been remarkable too. I think in the back of Jean and Rainer's mind, they wonder if this will later be a schoolmaster for their daughter Lily. But at this stage, this horse is too sharp to put a little kid onto. No problem. It really wins with Jean in these divisions.
You've got me stumped on the name. The mother was an absolute superstar. In fact, you were helping me at the time. I rode a horse called Cincinnati, and we went up the grades at a very similar time.
That mare won crazy amounts of money.
4 faults right at the end of the track there for Jean. In Callahoo Picker's boy K. Rogan, the rider that you spoke so highly of earlier, Catherine McFarlane goes next. She brings in
Now
this
watch
time.
this, because this is a thoroughbred. It's a 16-year-old by Jetmaster out of a Rainbow Dream mare. And would that many girls and young riders got a horse such as this as their pathfinder in the beginning. Kind, forward, balanced, organized.
It's just come to me like 3 o'clock in the morning. Piccadilly.
Piccadilly was the great mare.
Piccadilly was the winner with Jean Corbin, jumped right up to the 150 level. And could I say almost beyond her ability, but just her heart for the jumping took her there.
Technique, rideability. But at 1.45 m, there was nothing that would catch her when she was on form. Nothing.
Kath's been a busy lady here today.
That summarizes her life. She is a busy lady.
It's always a new business venture on the cards, always a dealing horse, always an extra horse, always something going on at their property.
Yes.
They're building, they're improving, they
try very hard.
Very busy couple with a good client base.
You notice how many times that 3-3-4 double has caused a rail here and there. So the riders are under pressure to go fast. This is their first sighting of the Serena, and as they go fast, carefulness can creep out of the window. Martin Minette now for the Brandenburg stud. Brandenburg keep the faith. 7-year-old by Canaan, son of Voltaire, super, out of a Clarinius mare, and Clarinius stood at Brandenburg.
So again, very fitting that we have Brandenburg horse jumping at this magnificent venue. That was the old Brandenburg stud.
Yes, very much. Has a perfectly ridden ride to the double.
Smooth as you like on the inside turn. Talk about riders who have natural born talent. Martin, a son of two South African jockeys, Protea colored jockeys, Rick Minette
and Karen
Minette.
Both were top eventers and horse people, proper horse people.
Through and through, I think it's in his blood, it's in his genetic makeup. And Martin's just one of those that is horse crazy. Spoke about Kath McFarlane just now being such a hard worker. Martin never stops, absolutely never stops.
And it'll amuse you to know that when the Minette boys, Martin and his older brother Barry, lived in Sun Valley, where we all now live, many a felt fire was started by the little swine misbehaving, and they drove Bill Clifford crazy, who owned most of the property at that time.
So Rogan, a few green mistakes coming towards the end of the course there for that horse, new to this division, but really showing that he has what it takes.
Lots to come. There's lots to come with that horse. So nice.
Being a son of Canaan, often slightly later developers, I believe.
Yeah.
And at only 7 years old, like you say, a lot to come. Jethro Bauer goes next. He brings in number 32, riding for the Berg Equestrian. It's the Berg's Callahoo Lars. Lars, a 7-year-old son of Larison, out of a Clinton mare.
Hasn't this got a nice canter?
I follow Jethro quite closely on his social media accounts. And I don't think he's had this horse very long. It's a new partnership. Really looks, like you say, brilliant canter. And puts in a big effort at every fence. Careful as a cat.
Very impressive.
No martingale, Rogan. Snaffle mouth.
Yep.
Can only be connected to good hands. Almost falling victim to his scope there, the horse.
Yeah, it got a bit deep to that second part of that line.
I'd love to ask Jethro maybe about this horse Rogan. I've noticed that his stirrups look about 2 holes longer than what he would normally ride. I've watched him a lot. It definitely looks like he's got a longer stirrup with this horse than with his others. Be interested to see if there's reason behind that.
That was very nice horse, nice round.
Lorett Taylor goes next, this time on Farnham for Gold, number 33. Homebred horse, I think more affectionately known as George.
Yes.
I haven't seen
They were
George
trying
in a
to
while.
repeat the Fibonacci pedigree here. So the way they've combined these two, the stallion for Joy with Eudoki's, Fibonacci is the same pedigree the other way around.
Fibonacci, Meredith's Fibonacci, the grey horse?
Yeah.
It's funny when you mention names like that, Rogan, you almost feel, I guess it's in our blood and we should get excited, but you almost feel lucky to have been alive at the time to watch horses like Fibonacci jump. He was such a rock star.
Amazing.
George I haven't seen in the ring for some time. I know he has jumped up to 140s. So possibly he's had a short layoff from the sport.
Yes.
They call him the family horse, I think, because they've all ridden him at some point. Am I right in saying that you were involved a bit in Lorett's production as a rider in the early days?
When she went to do high school in Johannesburg and came from Namibia and was a wild pony rider. Truly wild pony rider.
She can still be a wild cocktail partier occasionally these days too.
But she did some very nice work and wound up jumping in the Gauteng team and doing all the things you'd ever want a rider to do in her junior career. So it was super. Diligent girl. Went to St Andrews High School, then off to Wits University for a business degree. So she ain't just a pretty face.
So there's a bit of feedback on Lorett's earlier days. Ronnie Healy on track now, number 34, Evita S, riding for owner Bronwyn de Santos. Evita, daughter of Asaro W, out of Radamus. Thinking back a few years to George,
son of Heartbreaker.
Yes.
And he was like this, tall, leggy chestnut.
Out of a Radamus mare, and anyone who can think back a few years to George Philippides and Radamus, on a bad day they came third in a 150 class.
Wonderful horse. Stallion by Burcraft.
Absolutely, and back in the day when we still had that Riders, what was it, the Riders Championship, where you had to qualify to ride in the top 4, and if you qualified to ride in the top 4 riders rode at Burlington and they swapped their horses.
That's right.
And I'm pretty sure, I think Radamus definitely, I'm sure of it, won
the Grand Prix.
He was the winner. So they had the winner, the overall winner was the rider, and then they had the winning horse, and Radamus was the winning horse.
And one of the qualifiers was a Grand Prix, and George won that Grand Prix with Radamus.
Oh, 4 faults for Evita S. New to this level though, no one better than someone like Ronnie Healy to be showing you the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix just a few weeks back. Rocket Ronnie himself. From one master class to another, Chris van der Merwe goes next. Brings in 334 Lorona. One of the very best mares on the circuit, I believe, at the moment. Very ably piloted by Chris van der Merwe. She just jumps for fun.
Grand Dorado.
Out of
Team
a warrant.
Nijhoff Stallion out of a warrant mare. Wow.
She was the winner of the 140 champs at Maple Ridge recently, where Lawrence Mowat and Calaho Lorenzo had set a time that
Went
looked
flat out.
untouchable.
Yes.
And Chris pipped him at the post. Lawrence said to me he told Bernard to put the sash on already when he walked out. Couldn't believe that someone had managed to pull out all the stops to beat that time. But this mare is something special, Rogan.
And Chris was hungry.
And I don't think Chris or Govett would mind me saying, in the early days, this horse, at her very first show, Chris called me, he said, you have to come watch. You have to come watch her. She is incredible. That was at Stain City. He cantered within 20 meters of number one, and that was the end of the show. Just shows you the work that he's put into this horse and the trust in her ability that he has. She really is
also
special.
the amount of production and time that goes in, and the patience, and the fuss bait, and the eto vermoë.
And the believing, just that belief in your horse, like you say. Kaylee Pasar goes next, this time on number 35, 334 Nunu. A horse that Chris produced for some time when she first came into the country. A 9-year-old mare by Naldo, out of a Kalido mare. And Kaylee really does get a fine tune out of this horse.
The whole thing is such an attractive picture. Good-looking mare, good-looking girl, and then some harmonious proportions of the horse in a very mild pelham.
Ooh.
Oh, Kaylee, that's unlike you, a little miss there. I think she was wanting another one, and the mare left the ground early. Quite a few times today we've seen the sheepskin pull pad, and the nerve endings of the spine are up there behind the ears where that sheepskin goes, and it's fascinating how riders have worked out horses' sensitivity and how much they compensate for it and try to make the horses as comfortable as humanly possible.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of the sport these days, Rogan. I mean, the riders and owners alike, we always want our horses to be as comfortable as possible.
Yes.
I think with the sensitivity that we're breeding these days, all the horses need to do is be kept happy. They're bred to jump, they're electrically careful, they know their jobs, and all our job is to sort of stay out the way of them and keep them happy.
And I think keeping them happy gets more delicate as they get more sensitive, because they are breeding them so sensitive now.
Absolutely. Kelly O'Connor goes next. This time she brings in number 36, 334 Senderelos.
So this is by a son of Consuelos, out of a Kashmir van Schuttershoff mare.
Brannick Consuelos was a horse that Kelly rode herself.
She got there very easily. The last stride was a bit short.
I think a couple of the pros that I've spoken to here today have said, if you have a slightly greener horse or a horse that's a little spooky, new venue, you definitely want to make sure that you give the horse some confidence, get up your first few distances really quickly. You see him having a little look
Yeah,
there.
he's alert and watching, is he not? Super careful.
I don't think Kelly's expression or body position even changed though when he did that.
No.
She's done this 1 or 2 trillion times in her life.
Good child rider, very good junior, widely mileaged in adults.
And across the globe.
Yes, rode in Ireland, rode in Europe. And then last year won the World Cup Series here in South Africa.
On a superstar of a horse who I believe you get to train these days.
Yes, and unfortunately he had a colic surgery, so he's out for a bit.
I'm sure he'll be back in no time though. good horses like that love the sport. I'm sure he's chomping at the bit to get back.
No, he's a wonderful horse.
Kelly doing a fantastic production job with 334 Cinderellas. Stand to be corrected, but I think the horse is still owned by her sister Aisling O'Connor. Aisling Triggle, sorry.
Yes, absolutely.
So our last
here's
horse.
Here's an interesting one. James Kane Burman. And as you see, he's a big guy. On this Callahert Chilton. This is something. I don't know how much you like it. A 7-year-old by Chiletto out of a Clinton mare. And Chiletto passed on after a very short breeding career, and our loss. I think he must have been a marvellous stallion.
This horse has it all: technique, ability, looks, rideability too, sensitive type.
That's similar to the ride that Kaylee had. They didn't pick up a
tricky.
distance.
It's a tricky line that I think you got to be really careful.
Slight
not to
angle
fall
off
in.
the fence, and whether the horses fall in away from the public stand there.
And as you turn and they
Suddenly
look
there.
up, then also the restaurant area there, or the viewing area, right up in front of the horses.
They get distracted for a minute.
That fence, the landing can't be more than 15 meters away from the edge of the school, so it is quite a lot for them to look at. I mentioned earlier James trains with Dominic Alexander, but he does a lot of work on his own. They have a beautiful farm. They have a bunch of beautiful farms out in Middleburg. They farm on a massive scale, Rogan, him and his family. Running a little deep to the last, but like you said, that's a proper horse. That is a rock star.
Lovely animal.
So like we mentioned earlier, every 20 horses we are going to... Oh, it looks like we're going to have 2 more horses before they do their rake break, Rogan. Sorry, even though I went to government school, I should have put 2 and 2 together. That was 37. So we are going to have 38, 39 and 40 before they do that. They said every 20 horses, and 20 plus 20 is 40.
There you go.
Look at me. Alexandra Wexler Snow on track now on the forever speedy, forever young Moon Zapper, number 38. A horse that we saw win many a class with Philippa Baxter, then more recently with Rochelle Klook, and now is really finding his groove with Alexandra Wexler Snow.
You said it earlier today that when a horse is successful with multiple riders, you know what a lovely horse it is. It just does the job no matter who's steering and
who's piloting him.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This horse, I wouldn't say he's an easy type, but I think once you get the feel for him, he's a winner. You almost just need to stay out of his way and let him do his job, because he just wants to win.
Glorious animal.
That was unbelievable. 10A rocked back and forth about 6 times before it fell.
There's a little onward bound.
Horses like him always, Rogan, whenever I've had a speed horse or the similar type, they fill you with confidence, because you know, like today you've had 2 down, guarantee you now, you know, on a law of averages with the number of rails that horse has, you've got to win in the tank for every show with a horse like that.
Absolutely.
Very smart. Calaho Laruna up next with Ivan van der Sade, number 39. By one of your favorite stallions, Rogan, I think.
Larison, I think he's a good stallion out of a For Joy mare. So often this Holstein Cross Hanover works. If you get the best of both, like here, it's a combination of the best of Holstein and the best of Hanover.
How well did that horse use its body jumping into the double? Allergic to the poles.
And very stylish jump.
I was lucky enough to go down to Plet at one of their recent shows. Actually stayed with Ivan and got to watch a lot of his horses jump. He is a master, Rogan, at producing horses. He has such a calm, I want to say consistent manner in which he jumps all of them. They all seem to go in the same way. He's got a system, and he's done very well at, for the most part, buying horses that suit his system.
Yes.
And sticking to it. And I think that's when riders really find success, when they learn what suits them and they stick to it. I mean, he's a master. He can ride anything, but he really has upped his game since he's managed to mount himself on similar types.
Yes.
The setup that they run there in Plet is second to none. It's a world-class venue. And he is a busy man, much like we see Chris van der Merwe here at this show, on tractors, setting up the stables, building courses, jumping horses.
So another thoroughbred, Sarah Lopes in the saddle, JJ's Girl, by JPEG out of a Jetmaster mare.
So viewers that have been watching us here this afternoon would have seen Jethro Bauer riding throughout the day. This is a horse that he produced, I believe up to 135 level before he sold the horse on. She's a hot, buzzy, careful type. Sarah really looks like she's got this horse in a much more relaxed way, possibly Zimbabwe lifestyle, suiting the horse down to a T. You'd often see her, I mean, she was incredibly successful with Jethro. I'm not taking anything away, just saying you'd often see the horse in a muck sweat when she came into the school.
And
I
that
mean,
can be
here,
the difference between the response to a boy or a girl rider.
Absolutely.
It's fascinating how genders make a difference. Some horses like girl riding, some like boy riding.
I mean, if you watch this horse, Rogan, I think the way I just described her as little tricky and quirky and hot and buzzy, I don't think this picture would give you that impression, would it?
No.
Looks organized, calm, relaxed.
And whenever you see Jetmaster in a pedigree, you can think hot.
Oh. JJ's
and that's
Girl.
what you want, a horse that can help you out when you don't get comfortable distance. And the horse, don't worry, I've got this.
So I think a partnership that's also new to the open classes. She hasn't been riding this horse for too long.
So she'll improve on that in the near future.
There you go, big pats all round for JJ's Girl from Sarah Lopesha. So we do now have our second arena raking session. Viewers, don't go too far. We still have another 51 horses coming up in this class. They'll be looking to get themselves onto the podium. In order to do that, they're going to have to be clear and quicker than a time of 72.68. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Welcome back, viewers. Kicking us off after the break, we have Unruh Bossman. He brings in number 41, Kalaho Bakara. Bakara, an 8-year-old mare by Bolzano, out of an Accord 2 mare. Horse manuring on the way to
yes,
that
and it had a good stare at that rainbow double on the way in. Another look there. These are the younger horses, the greener horses. They'll be on their way to 100 horses in classes such as these. The 20 or 30% of them are new and green and just arrived in the grade. Some of the middle ones are mileage, thinking of going out of the grade upwards. Some are ridden by green riders, some are ridden by very experienced riders. So on a level, it's quite a mixed bag. And if you looked at a section of the class, you'd think, not so good or overly good. But there's a mixed badge. Green and experienced horses, green and experienced riders, all in the one division.
Really good round there by Unruh. The horse gaining mileage and confidence as she went on.
It's quite unflappable on Unruh. Does a good job.
He spoke about there being such a difference between the riders and horses in this division, Rogan. I mean, in one breath you have the great Barry John Taylor.
Yes.
Who's got 8 outdoor Grand Prix titles to his name. He's ridden in every competition there is in South Africa. He's ridden in England. He's ridden in Europe.
Yes.
Won for many, many years. I mean, he was having his 40th birthday before some of these riders like Amy Kay were even born. And they get to ride in the same division. I think it's the beauty of our sport.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
Young Amy Cave starting on track now. She brings in Kalaho Latina. This would be one of their first 130 outings for this partnership.
Some very good Kalahos wound up down in Natal. And whoever the people choosing the horses, whoever was responsible for that, has done a good job. I think Grant Langley is in part responsible.
That. I would say a massive part of that. And Rogan, what he's done so well is his riders, he's kept these horses in his yard.
Okay.
I would say so. Latina was. Oh, her name is running away from me. Oh, it'll come. But Latina's been, I think now this is her 3rd jockey.
Okay, so a real pathfinder.
I think of Kalaho Faith as well that went down there. Trying to think of the others. There's Callao Fly.
And I'm not sure if you could hear the air jacket pop like that. It's impressive. The horses aren't as scared of it as I thought they'd be, and maybe they're getting used to it.
Most of them aren't. I had one in a lesson the other day, Rogan, that ran at 1,000,000 miles an hour in the opposite direction, but then didn't carry on galloping, ran 30 meters, snorted, spun around and stared at her rider, just staring at the ground, thinking, what on earth was that?
But as safety standards improve, the protection of horses with the going and the facilities and the lighter jumps and the protection of the riders, better helmets.
It's become paramount. We touched on it earlier about the pole pieces, the pole protectors that the horses wear. We've become so in tune with what the horses enjoy, what they don't enjoy, and just in terms of making them as comfortable as possible. Jamie Lee Joseph goes next. She brings in number 44, Maranello. Horse originally owned by Lizzie Purbrick, purchased by a client of mine, Leanne Carus, who rode Maranello very successfully in some amateur classes.
And you see there in the pedigree, Swaziland Cars Lagos, who was the son of Lindenberg, who was the son of Landgraf. And that name has come up over and over. Lots of horses have done that there. This one's out of a Bono Van der Kickenhoever mare.
And Bono has been so successful. We've seen him in our junior horse ranks.
Yeah. Kind and rideable.
This horse is an out-and-out rock star, Rogan. Let me tell you, I haven't ridden too many that are like this. He, in his very first open show at Stockies Dry, he was placed in the top 6 in 3 out of 3 classes.
Wow.
As just a 7-year-old, I think he just loves the sport. I think Jamie, this would be her first 130 with Maranello.
Okay.
So maybe
pressing a little
maybe
harder
a little
than she
keen.
needs.
Yeah. But he gets a big pat.
And she's pleased with him, yeah.
I think a sigh of relief, and first one out the way, and she'll be able to relax the rest of the show, knowing that he's confident and happy in here. I think it's always a big deal for the riders going up a level. And she's also recently purchased Callao Katinka. So another fine horse that she's going to have in her string.
The daughter of Kotoki.
Chad Cunningham goes next, number 45, riding Capital My Friend.
Nabab Derev Heartbreaker.
What dream pedigrees are made of, Rogan?
Yeah, it's a lovely pedigree, and he's got a stylish jump. Good looking horse with a nice canter. And I saw him do this the other day at one of the Gauteng shows.
I have not seen him do that. So obviously a new thing.
You wonder if he's got a little niggle, if something's worrying him.
It's just cut out a little bit on the way to the Oxa. You can see 2
I saw him
strides
do
away.
that. Where was it? Or maybe it's Maple Ridge. But I did that recently in Gauteng, and was
Chad
for
is
some reason not enjoying the job.
Chad is a master. He's very thorough in his way of training and in his management style. So I'm sure they'll get the vets involved if that is the case. So this is the Acrobat horse. I don't know if you saw, Rogan, Ryan's display at Maple Ridge. Next up, we have Ryan Andrews riding KP Quarter Lemon.
Canaan out of Sebastian, reading the wrong thing. Quality Time out of a Crusader mare. And lovely horse this.
There was a fantastic series of photos of Ryan jumping, I think out of a double, where the horse had, I think he'd had a slightly deep ride in. The horse had chipped in a stride in the double and then ballooned out. And Ryan is vertical with the horse, but vertical the wrong way around. His feet were higher than his head. His feet were the top end. I've never seen something quite so spectacular in my life, I don't think.
A very good jump, huh? And little horse, he's a tall man, he's slim, but he's a tall man.
What amazes me even more is that he came out unhurt. Probably a little battered and bruised, but nothing seriously injured.
Isn't that a careful, good horse?
You see him get up the 5 strides a little quick and the horse just backs off.
And I'm thinking that the quarter lemon means it's related to
Limoncello.
his wonderful broodmare Limoncello, wonderful competition horse, and then broodmare Limoncello.
I think he calls her the matriarch of the stud.
She should be. She deserves the title. Lovely animal.
Making relatively light work of this track so far. Just 3 fences from home. The time is good, 57 seconds. Oh, little rub jumping in, but leaves it up. Keeps moving round to the last. Easy as you like, 69.64. Good
Into
enough
third.
Good enough to go onto the podium here today.
That'll see him finish well, because we're well down the class, and if he's third already, very good.
So we've 44 horses down, 46 to go. So clear round percentage sitting at 18% with us halfway through the class. John Bauer, I was going to say Pierre Bauer. John up next, riding Yorocco with Frank Rake for owner Joanne Roberts. I've had the pleasure, Rogan, of piloting this horse a few times in the ring, and he is gifted. I don't know what other word to use. This is he's a unicorn through and through. So John's obviously done something really right today that he's got the ride, because I see Joe is down here.
Lovely.
By
really
Sirocco
lovely
Blue.
horse, which you can never go wrong with.
By Sirocco Blue out of a Zandigo mare. A horse that Joanne went shopping overseas with Michelle van Eck, and he thought they'd found the perfect horse for her, and there was one more yard to look at. I'm not sure this horse was even on their list of horses, and the dealer or the owner bought him out, and I think Michelle said, no, we're not really interested in this one, and Joanne fell in love, and Michelle tried his hardest to talk her out of the horse. Easy as you like. Look at that, 72.55. It's another clear round.
Very nice.
Goes into 4th place. Lovely catch ride there for John Bauer. Yeah, so Michelle tried to talk her out of it as hard as he could, and she stuck to her guns. And he's been a fantastic horse for Joanne. Rain Marshall goes next. She brings in number 47, Caspar.
Some riders are smooth. That was so nice.
Rain spent, I think, all of her children and junior career in the Langley equestrian setup. Going into adults, has gone out on her own and been a very busy young lady. Spent some time working with the team at Optima. Is now exclusively freelancing. Caspar, 9-year-old gelding by Kanan, Rogan.
She is consistent. Moves very little, very smooth. Yeah, and Kanan, always something good to go on.
Ooh, that was unexpected.
The odd horse has had a look at that.
Second time round, no mistakes. So not touching a rail around the track, unfortunately.
No.
Just a little spook there at 3-3-4 double late on in the course. Like you say, that has fallen quite often this today.
Yes.
48 goes next. It's Diamonds Kalaya. Harry Butcher in the saddle. So from one Kanan to another, Rogan.
Kanan Carrick. Not a big horse.
You might be able to help me. Ian Callender Easby had a Carrick. Was a Brandenburg horse.
Yes.
That Ivana rode
Yes.
in juniors, and then Shelley Moore bought, and I cannot for the life of me think of its name. I want to say something Bay.
I've gone blank.
I think
but,
in fact Ian tore some ligaments in his knee falling off the horse. But he was a lovely
Carrick
horse.
was a Voltaire out of a thoroughbred mare, Lady Diaghilev by Diaghilev, Northern Dancer Line, and the next dam was by Ibrahim himself.
Okay.
So very valid. He was the smallest of the three Alzu stallions, and I think he was the Handlanger. He sort of got the mares they didn't want to give
That
to the
had
fancy ones,
yes.
like
Colbert, Clarinius.
No.
Sorry.
At Alzu.
Sorry.
So Bambix and Optimum van der Wellington got the pick, and then I think Carrick a little bit got the mop-ups, and he did so well even then. That's only my opinion. It's not necessarily a statement of fact.
That's why they pay you the big bucks to sit here and talk for your opinion, Rogan.
Well, that's all it is, an opinion.
It's nice to, for once, have someone very knowledgeable in the commentary box rather than just Brendan or myself.
You've been around the block, both of you, quite efficiently.
So Harry, a big smile there as he goes to the finish. The softest rail at number one going down. Otherwise, a picture perfect round. So with the fences all back in their cups, number 49 goes next. It's Alison Koch. She brings in Tallulah D. Alison recently purchased a beautiful property in our neighborhood, Rogan, in Sun Valley area, and has made the move to train at Corber Equestrian.
A daughter of Chilano out of an Ubagaba mare.
Bred by the Neils.
Relatively plain, but watch the canter.
Wow, she had her work cut out for her to get her back in the 5 there, did Ali.
That fence is problematic.
And it fell backwards. It was the lightest toe on that rail. Looks to me like they've been experimenting a little bit with the bitting setup with this horse. You can see that something's changed bitwise. Oh.
Just a little big in there, Sten.
Yeah, horse getting a little quick inside the double. She's going to be flirting with a few time faults here as well. But just the 1 down. 2 down, sorry. And 2 for time. For Alison Koch and Tallulah D. See, Ali's young baby, Benji there on the sidelines.
She has 2. I saw her at the catering with one in front and one at the back.
And it's hard to decide which is better looking. Cheapers, they're good looking boys. I'm sure Timothy Koch, her husband, must have something to do with that.
And she's a good looking girl.
Chazelle Smith goes next, number 50. She brings in Diamond Susie Q.
This horse by Spartacus, who's a son of Staccato, and it's out of an Esprit mare.
Rogan, you're very friendly with... Oh, that's a very uncharacteristic
Whisker
rail
forward,
from that
yeah,
horse.
Yeah.
You're very friendly with Diane.
Yes, progeny. I mean, this is a pupil of Diane's, and she's done great with her. Gosh, horse a little bit sticky there.
We've seen that with a few of the horses here today. I was going to ask you if you knew about this horse's unplanned pregnancy.
It was so amusing. The Smiths had a stallion and a mare, and surprise, surprise, the birds and the bees happened. But the mare got fatter and
something.
Must have.
And was I right? It was at Maple Ridge, where the horse.
All it happened at their plot.
Yes. But
Yeah.
at Maple Ridge, the horse sort of went a little off form.
Got slower and slower and fatter until they took her for a test, and she was pregnant. She's foaled down a gorgeous little foal and back in the ring.
And I think
it wouldn't surprise you if that horse is running a virus to see that kind of form today.
I've never seen the horse look like that, and I watched her closely because I saw her at the show at Plet a few weeks back, and then more recently at Maple Ridge.
You'll know we're at the tail end of the summer season with viruses. As soon as the cold comes, they slow down again. But we have the...
Joburg has been littered with viruses with the horses of late. Kirsten Wynne Smith on track now. She brings in number 51, Locarno Matador.
Super girl, super rider.
Super pedigree.
Totally.
Kirsten, daughter of Graeme Win and Michelle Win. They run a very big setup called Winstead Stables. Kirsten is a diligent producer of young riders at their riding school setup. Not only does she have her magician of a father, Graeme Win, in her corner, these days she also trains with Jonathan Clark, so gaining very valuable tuition along the way. She almost had me fox like she was going to go to number 11 backwards. Matador would be very new to this level, Rogan.
I was saying the horse looks slightly tense and maybe a whisker green. Going to develop nicely. Just an 8-year-old. By Locarno Shogun out of an Acclaim mare.
Is that how you pronounce that, Shogun? I'm so glad you've said that, because after 2 years of commentary, Brendan and I have been saying Shogun. No one will forget Kirsten Wynne and her, Wynne Smith now these days, and her magnificent Gondor Uber Royale.
Yes.
And she jumped in the 150 classes.
Didn't she do well with that?
Absolutely, and I think she's gently making her way back to that level. Matador looks like another superstar in her string, and she's building up a nice string of horses.
52 is Tanya Chellen on Don Quixote Z. This is an 8-year-old by Dominator Z out of a Clintissimo mare. And this horse has a lot of energy and attitude. It planted her the other day in the Burlington warm-up arena. I felt so sorry for her. She fell hard. And it just is exuberant. But while they're busy being exuberant, you can lie there calling for a stretcher.
I think the good ones have that in them, Rogan. You have to put up with a bit of temperament. But the days on the podium make it all worthwhile.
I hope they do. See how nice that is. That's
jump like
smart
that.
as paint.
Young Daniel also had a Dominator stallion that was
Yes,
quite
he did.
incredible
Yes,
to
he
watch.
did.
And I must say, I don't think I've seen one yet, Rogan, that isn't a superstar. Maybe we just haven't had any of the non-superstars come into our country.
No,
but
I'm
I
pretty sure
really
he's a top stallion.
Dominator has bred with some fine success.
Magnificently, yeah.
Softest back rail. The horse is not really travelling that line 7 to 8. Those two oxes up the long side there. Just before she had that back rail, I was about to say Tanya's done a fantastic job at improving this horse's rideability. She obviously, hearing that she was dumped in the warm-up the other day, hasn't got rid of all the quirks, but those will always be there. But this horse's rideability, I think, testament to her dedication and her...
Yeah, she's an educated rider. She knows what she's doing.
Systematic riding. Beautiful over the last, and it's a big pat and a smile from Tanya. Very, very exciting horse for her to have, to go up the grades with. Stacy Lee Weston goes next, this time on number 53, Western Farriers Quetzalcoatl. 13-year-old mare by Courts d'Eclipse out of a Nagano mare. So earlier I mentioned that I thought Alpha Ruby was the only horse she rode that she hadn't bred. This would be another one. So there are 2 out of her string of 6. Big press there at number 2.
Yeah, he didn't quite go down the distance the way she probably planned.
That rainbow double, Rogan, we've seen quite a few horses back off. We've seen horses do 2 strides in the 1 stride. We've seen rails fall. We've seen rails fall quite often there. And
I think the wings distract them. I saw a horse in the previous class duck out, jumping the double the other way. Spooked at the right-hand side and ducked left, and it looked uncharacteristic. In fact, it was with Rainer Korber.
And yet for a 130 class, not seriously imposing in height, those fences. They're very gentle. So the horse is obviously taking them super seriously. Oh, I think she'll mind me giggling. Stacy definitely clicked her heels there on the way down to number 8. Throwing a lovely shape there through the double. Has the last down.
He also didn't look on form this afternoon.
Not particularly, but I think for a young horse like that to see the finish and not look too flustered as he went around.
Yes.
I think job done for Stacy today. We should be looking at the horse coming on during the show. So with 52 having started, we have 9 clears. Clear round percentage sitting at 17%.
That's very low.
I was going to say relatively low by South African standards. And we do have 38 horses still to go.
One presumes that it reflects the greenness of the horses, the new venue and so on. The older horses handled it better, the more experienced horses.
Plastic Colours Master Batch Lee Royden up next with Michelle Fleming, number 54.
This is an imported 9-year-old by Gran Dorado out of a Ferragamo mare. When Michelle shops overseas, she shops with great diligence, and she has a very definite taste. I'm sure you'll agree with that.
And do you think fair in me saying, Rogan, that this horse is slightly more on the blood side compared to
more on the blood side? Yeah,
what she's used to? Maybe not to what she's used to. Sorry, that's unfair to say. Maybe slightly more on the blood side compared to what she prefers.
Yeah.
Because I think back to her grey horse, nicknamed Basil, that jumped very high. He was a lot of blood as well.
Right. And horse as big as Chigori, she wouldn't be able to be ridden by a light girl like this if it wasn't also blood and sensitive. So although it was smooth, I'm guessing it.
She does a lot of keeping the lid on. Was having a little scuttle every now and then. Always a bit disconcerting when they shift from gear 3 to gear 5 in a split second. Again, you mentioned just now, mostly it's the younger horses that are finding the odd error here and there around this arena. Leroy definitely new to this division. So
our host here, Govert Triggle, is riding his wife's horse. It's 334 Cristo S. And this is a Cristello out of a Laudanus mare. It's a very smart horse, very stylish, correct, lovely animal, lovely way of going. It does take some riding. It can cut out or not want to come around a corner. And interesting how horses respond to male and female pressure.
I think the diplomatic way of saying it is he can become a little gate bound every now and then, Rogan.
A good phrase, hadn't heard that before.
But Govett seems to get a fantastic tune out of Toto. They're enjoying their time together. After a long layoff with a back injury, it's nice to see Govett back in the competition ring.
Very nice.
See the
very
horse there
nice.
as the mist blew in there, almost backed up, added another stride on the way to number 8. But such is the class of him, he just bounced and carried on.
The insight Govett will gain in breeding, in riding himself, in being in the warm-up ring, in watching and watching. You can't beat that.
But I think you, Rogan, having ridden your whole career and having ridden for owners, you would agree it's invaluable to have owners that ride, that have that in-depth understanding of horses and competition.
And breeders that ride.
For sure.
Yeah.
So just one for time for Govett and 334 Christo.
You'll be very happy with that, no doubt.
Number 56 goes next. It's Capital Cole with Utman Minty in the saddle.
Chicoletto Colnado. Nice opening jump. The horse flicked his head on the way to number 2, and Utman not getting the distance he'd have liked. There it is, well ridden. This wasn't taking him 100%, and he was positive.
I was lucky enough to be involved with this horse as a young horse. Bronwyn Meredith de Santos purchased him off the Capital Stud auction. Oh, he had a big look there. I think she had great vision, because I must say, as a young horse, he felt like he had all the attributes of a big
no
time
doubt
jumper.
Bronwyn could pick a horse.
Yeah.
When she came back with Babisi, I did not foresee that round at the Indoor World Cup final. Wow.
I think Bronwyn, after those rounds, Bronwyn rode magnificently, and I think she had to run away as soon as she got off her horse, because she had to avoid people trying to offer her money. They were throwing blank checks at her.
Bet they did.
And kudos to her, because she's done the production with that horse.
And they'll underrate her ability. You see this? They think a little amateur from Africa. Well, they couldn't be more wrong. She's done her apprenticeship. She's done the hard yards. Here we go with Bronwyn de Santos' stepdaughter. It's Erin de Santos. She's riding a horse by Capital Cronus out of a Capriccio mare, and it's called Capital Kenzo.
Kenzo was purchased off the Capital Stud auction by Liam Stevens, produced by Liam Stevens and Shannon, his partner, up to 130 level, and then purchased by Erin. Rogan, we were chatting earlier about riders having to learn new systems and learn new trainers. Erin has recently made the move to train at RH Equestrian with Mommy Soldier himself, Ronnie Healy. So she'll be learning a whole new system and a whole new way of training. with Kenzo, finishing off really confidently the last 3 lines.
She was a very successful junior, and there's no doubt she will get back there because she's stayed the road and she's keen and motivated.
Number 58 goes next. It's Terry Lee Bryson riding Staccato's Boy, a horse that holds a very special place in my heart. I was fortunate enough to compete him in the team event that we had a few years ago. I rode him for the Double H Heroes, where he jumped, after only having me on his back for a week or so, he jumped double clear on championship day for us to put our team in 2nd place that year. He won us a lot of money. And yeah, he's a great character, Rogan, this horse. I don't know how much of him you've watched.
I'm happy to tell you that Terry's better than she thinks she is.
Absolutely.
She would call herself an amateur, but she's a fairly polished one.
She's an amateur that jumped up to 140s after riding for, say, 5 or 6 years.
There you go.
Where the rest of us have had to practice for 30 years to get to that level.
You also get people for whom horses try. My instincts are that Terry's one of those. She brings out the best in a horse and gets a horse to try for her.
Rogan, I don't think she's been riding 10 years. Watch her body control, her natural instincts, like there, moves forward
Well,
off
maybe
the
we
turn
must
early.
all be grateful she didn't, because if she'd started as
We'd
a
be
kid,
fighting for second.
Yeah, how good would she be now? We'd never beat her.
This horse was purchased from Janine Burnett in the UK by the Bryson family. Ronnie Healy rode the horse for some time, helped Terry a little bit in the production, but for the most part she's done it all. And he's just a cool guy. Loves his job, he loves Terry. Very keen to please. Oh, late rail jumping into the double there.
Yeah, near the end of the track. She's deliberate, positive, and consistent, like them. Doesn't flap. Very positive, very consistent.
And he gets
Does
a big
fine
cuddle through the finish.
That's probably why he tries so hard. She does a fine job.
Chad Hogan goes next, number 59. He brings in Emerald Isle Bacardi. That'll be 8-year-old gelding by Bentley van der Heffen, out of an Emerald Isle Sandor mare. Those that have been around for some time will remember Sandor with Tracy Khan.
Very well, and what a good Grand Prix jumper he was. Great tune she got from him.
What he lacked in tail, he made up for in bucket
In
loads of
every other way.
talent.
Yeah, in every other way, exactly. It was the most curious,
shortest little
most
tail.
curious thing, and he often reproduced it. Some of his progeny had
Well, if you look at this horse, not the biggest, most luscious tail.
but he could make worse.
Chad having a super trip around the track here so far this afternoon. Just 2 from home. He's 3-3-4 double up, just the last to go.
That orange fence has jumped much better in this direction than the other direction. It came down a lot. But our percentage clears is still not high.
Our timing equipment keeping everyone in suspense there, Rogan. It's been a tricky afternoon trying to get some information out of the screen. There you go. Clear round percentages sitting at 15%, with only 9 having jumped clear out of 58 starters, showing that it is taking
Fairly
some
low.
jumping.
Yes.
A Grand Prix jumper, if there ever was one, on track now. Number 60s for Kile Callagho, I'm Splendid. Oscar Nube in the saddle.
Yes, I'm special to muse out of a Landor Esmer.
That Landor S would be Loney, I believe, Rogan, who we've seen Callow have done sort of a tribute to. I saw posted on social media they have been highlighting their brood mares that they've used in their breeding program. They did a tribute to
Was Lando S the bronze medal at Australian Olympics, I think. My memory tells that. But
you're the wealth of knowledge in this
could be
commentary
wrong.
box, not me. But it was quite incredible to see the number of open jumpers, open horses, and 150 horses that Loney had.
The horse was
produced.
good then. That was a miss on Oscar's part, and the horse soldiered on through that double.
Very attractive show jumper, like we've come to expect from the I'm Special to Muse bloke.
And he's about a 7-year-old, so no doubt lots to come.
So viewers, we'll have another 10-minute break here while our arena party ready the arena for our last 30 horses to go. At the moment, leaderboard as it stands, still in first position from early on, back on track Sheldon, Jonathan Clark, clear round in 67.49. Second place, Calaho Colato, Jason Phillips, 68.21. And sitting in third position, rounding out our podium at the moment, is KP Quarterlemon, Ryan Andrews in a time of 69.64.
That was a very good round.
So we'll have 30 riders after this break coming back to try and pip those guys to the finish line, make their way onto the podium. Don't go anywhere, viewers. We'll have the rest of that class for you shortly.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal, must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal, must be illegal. Criminals, criminals, call us criminals, criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal, must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Tugs. Where we lead, others follow.
Pause for our last 30 riders. Here we have some shots of the shopping corner at the show, Rogan. There's all the big names are here.
Sponsors with their products, and this equine industry has gone huge. And you see how many businesses are linked and how many businesses are supported by the activity of show jumping. Spurwing a local product, Carcliffe based, make a wonderful horse feed. And if you see the horses that grow up on the Spurwing farm with their legs and feet, you know it's good.
You see three equine stores,
yes, Jelly, Western Shop.
And all three of them have been busy all day. Shows how
we have to concede that a riding girl hates shopping, huh?
Hates shopping, hates a new blouse or a new pair of white breeches.
And there's always a new one.
So kicking us off for this last section of the class, we're going to have Callao Contango. James Kane Burman returns for the third time this class.
Baikun Coriana out of a Clinton mare. Wonderful, careful little performer. James has excellent balance, excellent feel, excellent timing. And despite being a big guy, he makes the job easy for the horses. He likes them, they like him.
Would you say there's an element of lightness to his riding?
Yes, there'd have to be.
He's a forward light rider.
That has caused that. He's not the first person to not pick up a good distance there. It's that tiny angle out of the corner away from the public stand.
And perhaps the horse is having a little gawk at the red box at the bottom of the fence. As we see the mist starts to roll in again here this afternoon.
Yes.
For some of our local viewers, if you're watching and listening, if you're in the area or there and thereabouts, there's going to be a big cocktail party here at Waterwoods tomorrow evening, Friday evening. And then some more weekend entertainment. There's the big 6-bar competition.
Always popular and always exciting.
After the Bronze Tour Grand Prix on Saturday afternoon. So 2 good reasons to make your way down here. Come support the show jumpers and everything that Govert and Aisling have going on here at Waterwoods. So unfortunately, with that 4 faults at number 5, won't be good enough for the tickets. The time was good though, 72.15. Would have been good enough to go into 4th place. SD Dearbub goes next. Lorett Taylor in the saddle, number 62. Talking about pedigrees to die for, Rogan. Diamant de Simile Nabub de Rev.
Yeah, pretty impressive, isn't it? The horse has a complicated mouth, a little bit thick in the neck and jowl. They've done a very good production job because its rideability has come up amazingly. You see how early Lorett looked at that to pick up a distance. It's possible that the riders are looking slightly late and not focusing quickly enough, early enough. It's tricky. It's caused enough problems to identify that's a tricky part of the track. Now looking very smart.
This horse has come on in leaps and bounds under the tuition of Lorett and Barry.
Yes, Jody Peters rode it for a bit.
Oh yes, super successfully as well. I think the horse has had some really good knowledge and input imparted to him.
There ain't no shortcuts. This is a game of work and method.
Yeah, easy as you
Super.
like. Clear round, 66.
Into number 1.
66,
There it is.
37.
Into number 1.
So goes a second faster than Jonathan Clark and back on track Sheldon to take the lead. I was mentioning to you off air, Rogan, that you had a little bit of a lull. No one was really having a dip here. Lorett
If she holds on to that, that's worth 2,000 Rand to brighten up her afternoon.
Go down as a good bar tab for the evening.
Well.
Oh, this is lovely to see. Callao Lisabel back in the ring. Comes in at number 63 with owner and rider Kaylee Pasar.
Lissabon out of an Alligator Fontaine mare. That was a very successful Salle-Francais stallion. So this has been sensitive and tricky. They've done a very good production job.
I think,
didn't that look nice?
I think Kaylee would forgive me for saying, but I think she spent a lot of time in the early years staring at this mare from the ground. And she's, you mentioned earlier with Lorett, there's no shortcuts. Kaylee's walked the long road with this horse.
Yes.
Jumped her up successfully into the 140 level before she had a small injury. So really good to see her back.
Very.
And it'll be exciting to see because she was looking just before she got injured like she was ready to step up to Grand Prix level. And lovely when you see the riders get their horses back in the ring like this. You can see Kaylee knows this horse inside and out. Fits like an old shoe or an old glove. Very attractive looking old glove is Lisabel. She does so many good things, doesn't
Isn't it
she,
nice?
Logan?
Yeah.
Uses her body in all the right ways. And
it gives us a chance to evaluate what a nice rider Kaylee is. A lovely ride.
So clear rounds coming in thick and fast at the moment. Good enough to go into 8th place there for Kaylee Pasar. Time of 73.14. Lauren Pretorius goes next. She brings in number 64, Capital Coretta.
Colnado Chinwin.
I saw Coretta was placed in every class at the recent Easter Festival at Kyalami Equestrian Park. This horse has been a winner from the outset with Lauren. Sort of hit the ground running in their production. They've never looked back. Lauren training out of the Corba equestrian setup these days. She runs a very, very successful riding school and stable setup in Hartbeespoort called Millstream Stables. Lauren is a hard worker. She's a very good jockey who's always managed to keep herself well mounted. She never lacks horsepower. Maybe not always at the top of the sport, but she always makes sure she's got something coming through.
She rides this horse very methodically and consistently.
I'm trying to think of her other horse's name with the big back end.
Oh, yes.
Also by Colnado.
Yes, it is a Colnado.
And a lovely round. She's enjoying quite some success of late, is Lauren. It's so well deserved. Nicer lady. You'd have to search far to find.
Super.
Oh, that name's going to irritate me now that I can't think of her other horse.
Cashmere.
There you go, Capital Cashmere. Well done, Rogues. Number 65, next up, Air Holidays Callao Lucavella. Tegan Brains in the saddle.
By Lisbon out of a Romero mare called Ravella.
A very characteristic big white blaze.
Yes.
Of Lisbon.
Smart lady this, and a very good rider.
See how
she read the situation there. The horse short jumped out the double a little bit. She rode up in what has been a steady 5 for most other people.
Didn't she ride that turn to the wall well? She rode it patiently, smoothly, consistently. Very good. For the next 2 or 3 horses, I want to count the distance round that turn to that wall.
From 4 to 5?
Yeah, and to see if there's a big stride variation.
Or if there's a certain number of strides that seems to work particularly well.
More comfortable. Exactly. Is there a more comfortable one?
Jumps out there beautifully. This is a good round. She's going to be in the prizes. 72 seconds
into
flat.
5th.
72 seconds flat, like you say, into 5th place with only 25 to go. And the clear round percentages sitting a little healthier, Rogan. 13 clears out of 64 starters. So clear round percentage sitting at 20%.
Oh, that went right up suddenly.
Looking to add to those clears. Grant Langley goes up next. Number 66, Foresight Merlin. Another lovely example of what Grand Stallion Casper has bred out of a Balabé de Rouet mare, who would be Fly, D-I-N-J. So in fact, I have 2 clients.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
He went a little wide.
And
but
I'm saying 11 will be better. 10 or 11. 12 too many. Let's see.
This horse also still pretty new to this level.
Yes, he'd be protecting it and
looking after the horse. Yeah, you saw him very diligently land after 4 and stay a little wide. Rogan, I was going to say this horse has 2 full siblings that I've over the last year acquired for clients of mine, and it's amazing how different they all are.
Okay.
And how talented they all are as well. It's just amazing with pedigrees that you can have one really big grey horse. I've got one of the full siblings, a mare that is small, bay and hot. And then sort of the middle runner, a medium-sized light bay with a big white face. And they're all identically bred. Merlin putting in a good performance there. Shame, just the lightest of touches on the back rail there of number 5 on the 12 strides that you mentioned, Rogan.
So in the tickets, where do we start with poles down? The first 10 are all clear.
So we have...
And that's...
So we do have 23 prizes in this class, which means at the moment 10 horses that did not jump clear will be in the prizes. So it'll be our time faults and our 4 falters. On track next, number 67. It's Isabella Saunders and MRM supports Calaho Corrado.
This is a lovely son of Carnival Lacia, and they're new in the 130s.
So
as genuine a son of a gun as you'll ever see.
Lovely to have you in the commentary box, Rogan. I've been calling him Carnival Lacia for about 5 years.
Okay.
Carnival Lacia. Lovely stallion that we saw competed by Johan Kakelhofer and then Ivana Calendar-Easby right up to the 140 level.
Yes.
He was a rock star with her. She said always how comfortable he made her feel. Proving his worth as a breeding stallion as well. I know young Paige Noonan has a Carnival mare, Carmela.
The value of Carthago blood is inestimable.
Gets away with a little rub, jumping into the double there.
As a very positive forward round.
Needs to leave it up.
Very good.
And she does.
Into 13th place with that nice clear. Who have we got next? Ivan. So count the number of strides from 4 to 5 for Ivan. What do we say, Greg? Grant was round in 11, and
Grant was in 12,
12.
and you thought that 11
More
would
like
be a pick. I think maybe
10 even
10.
better.
Yeah, Ivan van der Seder up next. Number 68, Equine Librian Davenport Caprice. I think it's something that Ivan won't...
This is rather nice.
Ivan won't mind me mentioning. Rogan is a very lucky man to have the entire Equine Librium team behind his horses. I think he gets to every show with the horses in tip-top condition, feeling the best. Oh, and then I forgot to count.
11.
Well done. Saw a lovely training video of Caprice the other day at home. Caprice, another typical stamp of Consuelo out of a Carthago Z mare. Often when we see Consuelo in the pedigree, you think of that big flashy back end.
If this is called Davenport Caprice, it must be one of the last horses that the Davenports bred. And he's been gone a while now. I mean, the Davenport stud ceased breeding a little while back.
This is a quick time as well. Leaves it up. Easy as you like,
Into
70.66.
fifth. Very good.
Number 69 goes next. It's Mythos 89. Jenna Eager in the saddle. Talking about striking looking horses.
Yeah, isn't he spectacular? Sensitive horse and possibly a complicated horse. By Cascadello, out of a Cento mare. It's a very typical Holsteiner type. And had a look there. Good recovery, Jenna. Had a real look at those two rainbow wings.
A horse that was originally brought into the country by Martijn Swanapool.
Correct.
Very ably piloted by Leona van der Merwe. And then purchased by Jenna Eager.
She was there on 12 and it looked awkward. But he was looking here at number 3.
Jenna electing to jump number 1, give the horse some confidence.
And out they go, yeah.
So from one horse that Martijn Swanapool brought into the country to the next horse, Callao Corrigan, owned by Martijn Swanapool, ridden by Graeme Win. They go next.
The heartbreaker mare concerned here is Wellingen, and she's been one of the foundation mares of Callao. Le Cadeau.
I was about to say Le Cadeau.
Hello. Very nice start.
I wish I was a little sharper, because to run off the names of all the progeny that have come out of Wellingen have they've been jumpers of note.
Was any one that didn't turn out Finnegan? It was a black one by For Joy.
That Simon Byrne rode?
Yes, yes.
And I mean, when your worst progeny goes to jump the 135s or 140s or whatever it
not
was,
too bad,
yeah,
huh?
Not a bad strike rate. Corrigan by Callao Corinth, Rogan, who
yes,
I really do believe in as a breeding stallion. Kimberly Williamson has Callao
fantastic
Carina,
one.
who's,
Yes.
who's a rock star through and through. There's a handful of others. And then I was lucky enough to purchase young son of Corinth, Callao Corbin, who was a bit of a dark horse on the auction. And let me tell you, he jumped at the last show.
And he's out of which mare?
Like a superstar. I'd have to look it up. Quito de Buse.
Okay.
All the while I was rambling on, Graeme Win just giving us a quick exhibition there on Corrigan.
And into 10th. Oh, not into 10th. 10 time penalties. So that'll see him out of the money.
You can take your time around the arena. A few for time's not going to hurt when it looks as good as that.
No. So it's approaching 4:30 and we wouldn't have much light left, but only a few horses left.
First of those last few, Kayla Nordier up next. She brings in number 72, Idlewild Curioso.
Another Consuelo.
Fancy that, Rogan. He's grey. And has a big back end.
And now we're going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 looks hard work to me. But maybe if you go on the more forward, the horses get insecure.
You know what could also be, Rogan? Those are 3-meter poles, I think. They're not wide, and I think when you're trying to line up to get straight for that fence, it's a little disconcerting. You don't see that center line very early. Just going back to our earlier conversation, Corbin by Corinth out of a Quick Star mare.
Quick Star. Wonderful.
Curioso finishing on 4 faults. Right late in the course there, 10A going down. Narisa Prince Hill goes next. She brings in number 73, GCS Max Fantastique NPS. Mentioned earlier, Narisa, a lady that loves to win. Her horses know how to go quick. And as her name would suggest, she is fantastique, this mare. Very tidy turn inside there to the double. Like a cat over the fences is fantastique. Did you count?
No, I've done 12. No, I'm eating humble pie now.
I don't think so. I agree with you. The 12 is hard work. I think the riders, it's just very hard to see a distance earlier than that to that fence. And then coupled with the fact that that's jumping right into the corner of the arena with a spooky box underneath, I think when the horses only lock on late.
Yeah, it would be that they see it a little late. Oh, not
Narisa
happening for
has
Narisa.
had the most unfortunate day because we know she's always the quickest around these arenas, but for her to have a soft rail like that on 3 different horses where she could have won a class, very unusual for her. Oh, but the horse gets a big pat. I don't think she'll mind. Recently at Revel, I think it's the first time in my life I've seen a rider be first, second and third in the same class.
Impressive.
A foot on 2 of the podiums and 1 hand on the other.
That was good enough for 19th, so still a little bit of prize money for her. This is a glamorous big horse. Tracy Khan riding Emerald Isle Kilgara. It's an 8-year-old stallion by Canaan out of an always one mare.
I can say with absolute certainty I haven't seen him have a front rail like that before. And he shows you just why. He doesn't make that mistake again at the double.
Yeah, that looks very nice.
Mentioned earlier, Rogan, I questioned you, but I was saying it with some sort of authority that in our dealings with Canaan, he's proven to be a stallion that often takes, his progeny often take a little longer in their production. They're not fully
developers.
not early developers. They're not fully developed young. They seem to take their time in maturing. But if you can bide your time and give them the time that they need, and allow them the education, I think
this horse,
you really
this
reap
stallion
the
looks
rewards.
Looks like worthwhile taking your time with.
And that's what a certified doctor would say too. So you can take
Gives the horse a foot of room jumping into the double.
So nice.
Allows him time to use his body. She really is a master at her trade, is Tracy. And he gets a good boy and a whoa through the finish. For a fine young lady, or for a fine lady, Rogan, sorry, losing words towards the end of the day, for a fine lady, he's a really big horse, goes in simple tack, a little snaffle, no flash noseband, a very loose cavesson.
Very classical.
Testament to their training program, I would believe. Rainer Korber goes next. Brings in number 75, Elmo van den Hoek Z. 8-year-old gelding by Amir R. Out of a Belurado mare.
This has blood.
And a canter to make you envious. Sure. There's your 11, Rogan. And it worked
Very
beautifully.
Nice.
I know when Gonda's listening, she takes offense to me saying, sure, when the horses jump. But I think sometimes we end up a bit speechless. There's not much more to say than, yo, when they jump that well.
It's quick and to the point.
Ray has been quick and to the point here in this round, hasn't he, Rogan?
Very much.
He's going to be threatening those leading times.
Now let's see how quickly he gets the orange.
Not going to be quick enough to take the lead, but
fifth. Goes into
the
fifth
top
spot.
5.
Very good.
70.02. But clear rounds coming thick and fast here towards the end of the class. Clear round percentage looking healthier at 21%. 16 clears after 73 starters. Lovely new partnership. Gringo de Turin Z and Bradley McCarty go next at number 77. You know, we talk about horses for courses, Rogan. You also get horses for riders or riders for horses.
Yes.
Brad gets a fantastic tune out of Gringo. Still such early days in their partnership, but really, he's amazing. You see again, Brad mentioned to me that possibly in the past this horse was known for being a little bit strong.
I'm going to interrupt you, sorry, he got deep in 11.
So
yes,
that
Brad
11
is a
strides
strong
really
rider.
working. But this horse, known for being a little bit strong and tanky, well now goes in a loose noseband, no flash, and a snaffle.
This is looking very promising.
Lorett, Jonathan and Jason will be holding their breath a little here. Ooh, fancy footwork by Gringo. Brad's in it here, Rogan. 62 seconds he lands
Yes,
at the
he's
back
in
of
it.
the double. Oh, 70.01.
And he moves into fifth.
100th of a second faster than Rainer Korber's time. Good enough to put himself into fifth place. So our top 3 with 15 left to go. Still Lorett Taylor sits in pole position, 66.37. Jonathan Clark in second, back on track Sheldon, 67.49. And Calaho Corlato, Jason Phillips, sits in 68.21, rounding out our podium. As we see Jason returning, this time on Calaho Fandango, the fantastic Fandango, in at number 78.
The winning Fandango. This is one of those horses that just keeps moving. We're going to counter them.
$11, $12, but remembering that Fandango doesn't have the biggest step.
Stride, fair enough. He did keep rolling around that turn.
These sort of classes, though, Rogan, have Fandango's name written all over him. I don't want to jinx him, but he is a master at winning these, Jason and Fandango. And I think it comes down to what you alluded to earlier, his ground speed. He just keeps moving. This horse never takes a pull. He'll balance the horse up here at the double as not to get flat. Yes, you hear him use his voice. And now he's got to put his foot down to the last. Yeah, he's 2 seconds up. Come on.
Wow.
65.98.
Into the lead. And fairly easily. Very good.
Didn't look like he hustled the horse at all. He's getting a big high five there from the crowd on that side. Definitely one of the crowd favorites. He does, however, knock himself out of third place, but I think he'll be happy enough going into first.
No complaints.
Back on track, Nero goes next. Jonathan Clark, currently sitting in third place on Back on Track, Sheldon. Back on track, Nero, owned by Linda Ellerine.
Out of the same mare as Eldo.
Ooh, a little spook there at the double.
The horse's eyes have looked big this afternoon. Fairly green young horse.
Who had such a fantastic show now at Kyalami Equestrian Park.
Yes.
But I think possibly this arena a little bit more overwhelming than the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami.
Definitely.
I would say about 2, 3 or 17 more fillers around in this arena. And the horse is definitely noticing it.
He was produced in PE, only fairly recently up in Joburg, and probably hasn't travelled much.
And he's booking away from the side of the school. I think definitely when the mist rolls in here, Rogan, I think the horses, not all the horses, but possibly some of the horses start to become a little spookier.
It is. It does feel spooky.
No. Yeah. But number 4's got it.
So Jonathan will put that down to some mileage gained for Nero.
Which is what it takes, this game mileage.
You can see Nero still staring with his eyes popping out of his head at those cranes. So one more horse before our final rake for the class. It's Onduno Bait. Jessica Jane Woolham in the saddle.
The Onduno stud in the Kommas Hoogland outside of Windhoek produced so many good horses back in the day. It was the jumping stud.
Jessica would feel like she's back on home turf. Young lady who schooled here at St. Anne's.
Yes, yes. Bait is a quaid out of a mare by Marienhof Seducer. And Seducer was a son of Ati Purse, who is himself a son of Noble Chieftain. Noble Chieftain was the last living son of Nyaka in the world, stood in South Africa. But that you knew.
I definitely didn't, Rogan, and that's why they pay you the big bucks. Keep the rest of us informed here.
And Seducer's been very successful in Namibia. He was the sire of the dam of Connoisseur for Nicola Syme,
who recently passed, but his legacy lives on in all his progeny.
Very much.
Wow, was he a successful horse for Nicola?
Yep.
I must say, Rogues, I think I've learned more in one day sitting with you here than I did in my 5 years at university.
I think, Sten, you're mocking me now.
I'm definitely not.
It's just a case of longevity. You've been around so long, some nonsense sticks.
Luckily, some of it intelligent too. So the last going down, time 82.76, so a few for time as well. But for a spookier, more sort of highly strung horse like that, I think Jessica will be pleased that he's managed to confidently navigate his way to the finish line.
Is that helping?
So viewers, we have 12 horses left to come in this class, and those 12 horses will come up
after our final rake for the day. We're going to make sure that we have this arena properly prepped for those final 12 riders. We'll have all that action for you shortly.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Welcome back, viewers. So with 77 having started, we have 14 horses left in this class, and they'll be hoping that it's the 14 best to come. First of which, number 81, 334 Kispartis. Leona Fanva in the saddle, riding for the 334 stud.
And a very smart pedigree. This is an 8-year-old mare, a daughter of Canaan. That name has come up all day. Out of a Heartbreaker mare. It's got the Heartbreaker color, bay with white on the face.
And I think I'm right in saying, Rogan, that this horse was purchased for Thomas Triggle.
And then since he's become super busy with his studies, wasn't really getting the time that would justify having this horse. So
and 10 strides.
There you go.
And didn't she make it look smooth and perfect?
She's had 1 or 7 rounds to practice it though here today. But she
That's
probably
true.
did the 10 the first time.
Yes, probably did
being the
all
class act
10
that she is.
smoothly, yeah. Class act covers it.
Can I tell you a mean cook as well, Rogan?
Oh, really?
We are staying with the Funda Mervers here at the show. Often come down and spend a little bit of time with them. We've got kids similar ages. And Leona can cook up a storm.
Oh, unlucky.
Probably the first rail she's had all day.
Closed her finger and millimetre more. That'd have been clear too. Very good time.
Time was quick, 68.61. Would have been good enough to go into 5th.
But
However,
only
the 4 faults.
22nd, yeah.
Clear round percentage definitely has improved during the class, sitting now at 23%. Tanya Strauss goes next. She brings in number 82, Verdant Capital's Hamlet. Hamlet by Capital Hamiris, out of an Armani mare. Really kicked off the ground at number 2.
Riders bring things to horses. There's no question in my mind, Tanya does. She brings an energy and electricity and motivates horses to do things.
Did you count, Rogues?
I didn't. Did you? And that's distracted her a little.
She's decided to call it quits, I think, after having a rail.
I say, well, he's yanking down with her. Yeah, no, she's coming out.
I do believe I saw her put her hand up earlier.
Now Sabrina Barbaglia, and she brings in back on track Callagher Loki. This is an 11-year-old gelding, and it's by Lissabon out of a Forjoy mare, and you know that it's a full brother to Lexington.
A horse that, Rogan, you would know a lot about, competing out of your barn at Northland Stables.
Yes.
Coached by yourself or Gregory
Greg
Scott?
does the work.
There's a bit of a team effort there, though.
Yeah,
he's always extra input from all directions with the Northlands team.
He's very good at system and method. And I can hear in my head him shouting to her, sit. 'Cause when she gets excited, she likes to stand up a little bit.
Not just a talented horse with fantastic technique, he's good looking too.
He's a nice looking horse, and he's an extremely nice person. He's easy in the yard, doesn't kick, doesn't bite, loads, lets the vet treat him. Oh, that's a bit big. Yep, a bit big.
Little quick jumping out the double there. Like you looked like you got keen.
She had has still an amazing mare called Vision, and she's got 2 foals out of Vision.
I was lucky enough to see the oldest one, I believe, that's backed. I think I saw that her first show
it's
at
shows,
Kamusha.
yeah. And the other one's in Joburg and getting ready for shows. And,
fantastic.
They're very, very nice horses.
And obviously sentimental to her as well.
Yes, Govert has used Vision and extracted quite a few foals from it. And I think he's very pleased with the progeny.
Okay. In fact, when I was touring the stud in December, I think I saw Vision here.
Yes. She rode that double absolutely perfectly. She gave him perfect space and as cool as anything. I wish she'd come out of this double the same and she'd
would have tinkled around for a clear round.
And a ticket.
Super impressive riding there by Sabrina Barbaglia.
Tup FZ.
So it looks like as the light starts to disappear, so does the urgency of the riders to get in.
That was wittily put. Very sarcastic there, Sten.
So if Barry Taylor's in the warm-up arena, it could just be because he's walking in front of the vertical of someone.
And there is...
So it looks like we're going to have number 85 up next. Maxstar Dark Knight, Jade Anderson in the saddle. Young lady training out of the Shamborne setup.
Oh, yes.
Or am I mistaken, Rogan?
Jade.
Yes, Jade Anderson.
Oh, yeah. And this is by Maxstar Obi-Wan Kenobi that cantered round the Derby with Graeme Win for a very creditable third place. This is out of an Olympic Pharaoh mare.
That makes more sense. The money you made, you don't. Yeah, it's better you say for them, hey, have a nice chocolate. You want to try my
And as Sten's pointing out, Maxstar is the stud of passionate breeder Norman Hornby.
So Maxstar Dark Knight, a horse that competed very successfully by a young lady we saw earlier in the ring riding for Team Farnham, Jenna Glancy.
The stakes is mediums for Jade Anderson and that Dark Knight leads to an early end of their round.
So it looks like up next we're going to have number 86 Tilu FZ, Lara Neil in the saddle.
Up is a great adjective. Watch this. This is a 7-year-old. This is a Toulon out of a Clarimo mare. So modern, fancy Holsteiner blood on the dam side. Toulon, of course, is Dutch or Belgian. Yeah, that middle of Europe part that breeds so many good horses. And watch this horse's canter. Drink it in. It just does everything right. And wait till it's jumped a few jumps and gets hotter, and the canter gets even more.
He's a playful character that did a stint with Lara's trainer, Barry Taylor. Really putting a big effort at number 2.
And it's still green. It still looks like it doesn't always know exactly where to put its jump. But doesn't this horse excite you and row your boat?
It doesn't know exactly what to do with its jump other than to go as high as he can sometimes, Rogan. And then be quite proud of himself on landing, as you saw there.
It's in very good hands. This is one of our top lady riders, super rider. She's another person that you wonder when she sleeps.
Does so well pressing the horse up in the 6th there, and then still gives him time to clear the fence on takeoff at number 8. She's gone the wider route, obviously with the greener horse on all the options, but she's really kept her ground speed.
I would say he's not completely strong. He's probably about 90% strong, but he still has moments where you think a little bit juvenile. Glorious animal, very exciting.
Clear out, 2 for time, which is, I think, will be allowed for a young horse, but when they're that green and that spooky on day one, you still manage to leave all the fences up. I think it's a job well done for today.
Super. Tup FZ, watch out for that horse.
Gregory Scott goes up next, 87 Rogan, Camaro. Am I right, riding for owner Rachel Slack?
No, this is owned by Rachel's sister Rebecca. And Camaro is a casino out of a Granus mare. Johan Kachelhofer, who's coming this weekend apparently, spotted the horse, sent video footage, and Rebecca bought it on site, produced it in Cape Town. She did a lot of work with it in Cape Town. I think she deserved danger pay because he was wild. Not naughty, but bounced all over the place.
I've noticed that now in his training regime, he spends a lot of time out doing track work. Almost, I would say, 50-50. He's out the school as much as he's in it. Would that be correct in saying?
Yes. He's a glorious horse. He tries hard. And Greg, I think, tries to keep him mentally sweet and fresh. Doesn't look like it's that difficult to keep him mentally sweet and fresh.
I must say, at the moment, he's looking a class act. Jumps in such an easy way, Rogan.
Beautiful. And if you stand up to him, he's old-fashioned looking. But when you see him go like this and you see his elasticity...
He's a modern athlete, yeah.
Any criticism just fades away.
This is looking good for a prize here. Leaves it up. Comes home clear in a time 76.72.
Good enough for 17th.
Out of a class just short of 100. Not a bad effort there.
No.
Coming in late and dubious light, I would say. Callagho Chinnigan up next with Gareth Neil, number 88.
Possessed of a super pedigree. This is a breeding stallion. He's a 7-year-old. He's a chin heartbreaker.
Another horse that really has blown onto the scene in my books, Rogan. Feels like just the other day I saw him jumping his first show at Burlington. Literally a year later, and he's skipping around the 130s.
When you have as much mileage as Gareth does, you do the job so nicely. You do it without urgency. You do it patiently. And as you get older and better in riding, and Gareth's now a mature, experienced rider, you make far less mistakes. So you really do these horses a favor. You bring them on right, and this is an ideal example of that.
And I think when you put that hand in hand with riding quality young horses, Rogan, the production does just go that much more seemingly.
Yes. Yes. The horse is adjustable, compresses, looks like fingertip pressure.
Really has his mind on the job at all times, just waiting for Gareth to tell him to do something. Comes home clear, 81.68.
And I think will be a very good addition to the South African sport horse gene pool. Really.
Ivan van der Sade returns, this time on number 89, Equine Librium Rivervale's barely a minute. Okay. Was it best wishes? The real deal. Bellanotte was purchased by Derek van Rooyen. at that stage and came okay with Bellinotte. Okay, Bellinotte came to Grant Langley at Langley Equestrian Setup for his early production.
The only thing wrong, they could come out small, and this one has definitely one. This is definitely one for the future.
So viewers, the main man Mike, the one who makes all the magic happen here, just come over me to make sure that our viewers know at home this isn't a poor quality stream or anything like that going on. It is getting rather dingy out here. The mist has rolled in, the light has got a little bit low, adding an extra element to the show jumping here this afternoon. Riders really having to make an effort, horses having to concentrate as hard as they can. White Waters, Amelia's Silver Lining up next. Jessica Comfer, number 90. We saw her have a sterling round earlier on her other horse. Soon to be Jessica Dunius.
You've said, and that's a big congratulations to that happy couple. So interesting that Ondel V is the grandsire here. Ondel V was brought into South Africa by Diane Snodgrass from Jeanette Neyhoff. So Diane brought in a couple of stallions, and she did so well in her choice. Ondel V is bred on and on, so his sons have been good sires, like On Track in this case. Claim was her first imported colt, and has left his mark on South African sport.
I rode in juniors with a young lady called Kira Brandon who had two acclaims, Amex.
Oh yes, I remember.
And there was another one who was even better.
And I bet they were really, I bet they were useful.
They were fantastic. Amex and Aces.
Okay. And then Ivan van der Sade had After Dark, who was just Beach Haven After Dark was fantastic.
And Jessica Comfer has just absolutely obliterated the other riders.
We were too busy yapping.
63-4-0.
What a round.
Well, you didn't
what
manage
a
to
round.
get through more than 2 sentences in 63 seconds, I'm
No,
sure, Rogan.
Fantastic.
What a round. Smiles all round. As Brendan McNiven would say, if she didn't have 2 ears on her head, that smile would wrap right the way around her head. Super effort from Jess.
Well done, Jessica.
Man will be looking to hunt down that time up next. Sean Neal, he brings in number 91, Bokatov Kiss and Tell. Interesting about Kiss and Tell, Rogan, when he was used in the equitation, I think it was 2 years ago at the Philip Smith, when the riders were interviewed and asked if they could choose one horse out of the 4 that they rode, or obviously out of the 3 other horses that they rode that wasn't their own, who would they choose? And 4 out of 4 riders all said Kiss and Tell.
Oh, wow. And I see he's out of a Canelo mare. Canelo stood here at Brandenburg, and your friend Kimberly Williamson had a wonderful,
lovely Canelo, and
wow.
Grant Langley had a lovely Canelo called Brandenburg Cedarwood.
Yeah.
Who Grant competed successfully right up, I think, to the 150s, and Catherine Neal enjoyed some super success with the mare as well.
And I think Canelo was also a bit the Handlanger. He wasn't big and flash. He was a plain bay Holstein and not very big. And so he might have been overlooked and underused.
On my
so Sean retiring.
On my 18th birthday, as a birthday present, Grant allowed me to jump Cedarwood the one day.
That's a cute story.
Laid up a very simple line, easy approach, and I got to jump like my first 140 fence. That's how kind and brave she was. And she went on
wonderful.
eventually to compete very successfully with Candice Weber, Courtney Weber's older sister.
I remember.
Callao Casey up next, Georgia Scribanti, the fabulous Georgia Scribanti. Rogan, I mean, we weren't even getting paid to talk about it earlier. And she took over most of our conversation at how talented she is. How polite was that?
Beautiful.
She jumps number 1. Arena party still in the way of number 2. She gently said, sorry, watch out.
So these talented young riders, they have got temperament. Smooth, this girl is. Quiet. She gives the impression of being ice cold in the arena. Tall, slim, elegant.
Rogan, is there a feature of her riding that you would say sticks out for you?
Do you know,
she goes
you know what
around?
the hallmark, I think, of a good rider? No feature sticks out. You've got to really look. Why is she so good? What does she do? And the best ones look like they're doing nothing. Looks like she points a little, occasionally hoots, like at that ground person.
But for me, her hands are she's always with the horse. She's got such fantastic feel.
Another phrase would be she makes it easy for the horse with her smoothness.
Yes.
She's glorious.
Such consistent contact, 70.82.
Wonderful.
Good enough to go into 10th place.
And deserved. So nice.
So our penultimate competitor up next, Helen Criticos. This time she brings in number 94, Calaho Concavella. So quite a different ride.
So this would be a Concoriano out of Ravella.
And quite a different ride for what Helen is used to. I think she's been so good on Liberia.
Another cool girl. Another girl that makes it easy for the horses. She was saying earlier at lunchtime that this is probably too big for her, and she'd think of selling it, but she does find, despite his size, she finds him easy.
I'd be impressed if there's anything that she doesn't find easy, Rogan.
But I agree with her about her size. Her leg barely comes below the bottom of the saddle, and there's a lot more horse after that where her leg ends. Hasn't he got a nice expression, sort of looking for the work, calm? Concoriano Ravella, it's a smart pedigree.
And I'd go as far as saying also a lovely example of the training system there at Langley Equestrian Centre. He wasn't the easiest horse in the beginning in terms of, I think, connection. And I think what you mentioned just now, Helen being a smaller girl, quite difficult for her to keep this horse organised.
Yes, until he got his strength and balance.
Absolutely.
Did you see that? That was so nice.
How he used his body jumping out the double.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Oh, falls victim to that time allowed.
Just looking to see it.
0.54.
Does she sneak a minor prize? No? Yes? Maybe? There. Haven't set a place.
So just one horse left to go to conclude this. Sorry, excuse me. That concludes our class here today, Rogan. So we're going to take a short break while we just tally up those final prizes. We'll have those results for the viewers shortly.
Then after I would have to regulate the...
So, Helen Criticos goes into 22nd place with that time fault round. How nice she gets something. Then Govert Triggle at 21st Sea of Stars. Isabella Saunders at 20th with MRM support Calaho Corrado. In at 19th, Greg Scott and Camaro. 18th, James Lowe and Capital Corland. Then Capital Coretta with Lauren Pretorius at 17. Bradley McCarty with Voluta Dadio, number 16. Kaylee Pasar, 15th with Calaho Lisa Bell. Lorett Taylor, Oxford Special Edition, 14th. Chris van der Merwe, 13th. John Barr with Urocca at Frankrijk and at 12th. Luca Vella and Tegan Brains in at 11th. Georgia Scribanti, Calaho Casey, we saw her near the end of the class, in a lovely 10th. Ivan van der Sade with Davenport Caprice in at 9th. I'm doing all this, if you don't mind, Sten. I seem to be nearly
You're
finished.
doing a sterling job.
Rainer Korber in at 8th with Elmo van den Hoek Z. Bradley McCarty with Gringo was 7th. Then Ryan Andrews with KP Quarterlemon 6th. Colato Jason Phillips 5th. Jonathan Clark was 4th. He was the early leader with back on track Sheldon. Good to see that was back in the arena. Lorett Taylor 3rd on SD Diabab. That was a good round. Jason Phillips on his wonderful Callao Fandango 2nd. And today's winner, the burglar at the end of the class, Jessica Comfer with Whitewater's Amelia's silver lining. And she made that look easy.
It was one of the most stylish burglaries I've seen in a long time, right?
Yes, it was.
And we see a lot of them here in South Africa.
And very good.
Outstanding round. Like to say one of her first bigger wins at a big away show like this, Rogan.
If you win a class at a sponsored show like this with everybody who's anybody here, you've had a proper win. That's a salutary moment.
Just take a moment to appreciate how small Fandango is as you see her walking next to Jessica's horse.
Yes, yes, yes.
Small in stature, big in personality.
And everything else. Heart, stride, technique. Marvelous.
Rogan, I don't know if anyone's mentioned to those riders in the warm-up arena, but it is dark now. And they're still training their horses. Just goes down to the diligence of these riders here at the show.
Something they want to perfect or polish before tomorrow. Well, remarkable to finish it in this light, and it was just okay. 5:15. Long day's jumping was got through. Despite the pause for the mist, there was half-hour pause for the mist middle of the day.
And fantastic that the show venue and arena party was so diligent in maintaining the arena. I think if we hadn't had that slight delay because of the mist, we would have still finished in good lighting. They were quick, they were efficient, and they made sure that the going was as fair for everyone as possible. So a few of our riders in on foot. I'm sure their horses have already been put to bed by this time.
What's not visible on the screen is the remarkable stable blocks that are being built. Wonderful showers and hot showers for the hard-working, long-suffering staff. So much attention to detail. This is just going to become the definition of a venue. It was purpose-built, and purpose-built by passionate horse people. Govett and Aisling Triggle. Remarkable.
There we have it, viewers. Jessica Comfer, Whitewater's Amelia's silver lining, our winners of the class, leading us off on the lap of honor. Jason Phillips, who finished in second place on Callao Fandango. And then we have Ryan Andrews, KP Quarterlemon, finished in sixth place, our three mounted riders. Cantering off on their lap of honor, well-deserved prizes in a big class of 94 horses. So viewers, I hope you've enjoyed the show jumping as much as we have here today. Had an absolute treat of a day with Rogan Askin. Gained some valuable knowledge throughout the day.
And I spent the day getting teased by Sten, so don't fall for that.
So viewers, tomorrow, I think the show jumping is going to kick off again at 8 a.m. South African time. The weather is going to get rather chilly here.
It's wonderful to be here, but you might well be luckier wrapped up warm at home watching this wrap around a cup of coffee or soup.
So I think take advantage of the fact that you can do that. And we'll be back with all our viewers tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. The jumping starts, Rogan. Looking forward to another good day of show jumping.
We'll be here wearing beanies and scarves.
Cheers for now. Have a good evening to our viewers.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had. I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights. We gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights. With you, anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us. it real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to North Rand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. North Rand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. North Rand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Welcome to the world of Midfeeds and Tack and Togs, South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.